Some of us saw the Facebook note. Some of us saw Instagram, LinkedIn. Some of us saw it from our friends' status. But there's a reason why we're here.
From dawn's first light to twilight's gleam, we rise to live the noble dream. University of Gold Coast bold, a flame of wisdom strong and bold. Through every trial, through every test, we strive for truth, we give our best. University of Gold Coast, sing your sons and daughters rise as king, building leaders for the nations. In Christ we find our true foundations. University of Believers faith. Shall all be loved in love and liberty, with servant hearts and lifted eyes. We seek the throne beyond the skies. Gold Coast, where truth and honor shine. Gold Coast, where truth and honor shine.
We deserve a hand of applause. Thank you very much. Can you please take your seat? Very interesting, before coming down with the dignitaries, we're discussing vision. And my understanding of vision is someone who has seen, who closes his eyes and sees very far. This morning, we have a man in our midst who is seeing way ahead of us. And that's the reason why we organize this program. Someone who closes his eyes and sees many young people under 40 years being leaders and running this country, and changing policies and making powerful decisions for Ghana to be better and Africa to be better. We have that man in our midst. He's a visionary, a leader whose values and principles are changing and shaping nations, changing people. And one of the statements he made that is profound to me, he said, in every company in this country you go, there's somebody who lives by my principles, my leadership principles. We want that person to come and properly welcome us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, let's welcome the Chancellor of University of Gold Coast, Dr. Bishop Gideon Titi Ofer.
Thank you, and God bless you. Please take your seat. Good morning, distinguished leaders, panelists, speakers, and above all, Ghana's rising executives under 40. Proverbs 6 verse 6 declares, go to the ant, you sluggard, consider its ways and be wise. From this smallest of God's creatures comes the greatest lessons for leadership. If Ghana, Africa, and indeed the world will rise, we must lead like the ant. Let me show you how. 1, prediction. The ant sees winter before it comes. Ghana needs leaders who can see tomorrow today. A nation without foresight will always live on hindsight. 2, premeditation. Think ahead. The ant does not stumble into the future. It plans deliberately, intentionally. Prosperity is not an accident. It is the child of planning. Number 3, proaction, acting ahead. The ant does not wait for instructions, it acts. The youth of Ghana must stop waiting for the future. The youth must start creating the future. Like I did 20 years ago when I started the African Center for Leadership and Human Resource Development. I said to myself, I am not waiting for the future, I'm creating the future. And today, what I saw 20 years ago has become a reality. 25 years ago, I was a squatter here, living in an uncompleted building, no water, no electricity, no toilet facilities at where I lived. Today, I'm here as the chancellor of a university in the same community. Because I chose to proact. Number 4, progress, move ahead. The ant is never stagnant. It keeps moving. Ghana cannot be a museum of potential. Ghana must become a factory of progress. Number 5, precedent. Leave footprints ahead. The ant leaves trails for others to follow. Leadership is not about passing through power. It is about leaving footprints of impact. Number 6, perseverance. Forge ahead. The ant never quits when it meets obstacles. Ghana needs stubborn dreamers who refuse to give up until this nation rises. Then number 7, providence. Place God ahead. The ant reminds us of divine order. Just before we came, I was having conversation with a group in my holding room. After sharing everything with them, all my strategies and what I've been able to achieve, I said to them, the common denominator is the grace of God. Strategy without God is struggle. Strategy without God is struggle. But when God goes ahead, victory follows. I look at my life today, and I'll come back to do my full presentation, and I'll share my testimonies with you. The God factor, what God has done for me through his son Jesus. My dear friends, if ants can set in motion, then surely so can we. Let us see ahead with vision, think ahead with wisdom, move ahead with courage, act ahead with courage, move ahead with progress, leave footprints ahead with legacy, forge ahead with perseverance, and place God ahead with faith. If executives under 40 rise with these virtues, your companies will grow, your families will thrive, and Ghana will finally move from a nation of potential to a nation of performance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Executives Under 40 Conclave. Together, let us set the future of our nation in motion. God bless you, and thank you for coming.
We can do it better for Bishop. We can do it better. 2 points. Please have a seat. 2 points I gathered or took out. Don't wait for the future. Start creating the future. The next one is we need stubborn dreamers. Stubborn dreamers. In the house this morning, we have a group of young, stubborn dreamers. People who didn't wait for the future. They started creating the future. So in the next 40 minutes, we want to have these amazing people share their journey, their struggles, their successes in leadership. These are young men running businesses and very well renowned in Ghana. So please listen carefully, because I know that Most people learn by visuals, others learn by hearing. And sharing experiences from these guys will change somebody's life. So I want you all to pay attention, write notes, ask questions at the end of the program if need be. The first person on the line is my own friend, Maximus. Maximus is a digital transformation strategist, media expert. He's passionate about helping businesses and leaders harness technology for growth. His work in digital innovation has positioned him as one of Ghana's most respected, foremost voices in the future of communications and business. He's an amazing man. If you're on Facebook, you're on social media, you know Maximus. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome my friend, Maximus.
Thank you. Good morning. So thank you, Bishop, for the opportunity. I'm supposed to share my journey, and then there's colon, okay, digital discipline and direction. It's quite exciting to be here sharing my experience of my life. It's never been easy. In fact, life is not supposed to be easy. It's not meant to be easy. I remember when I was on campus, University of Ghana, we were doing some poetry program on radio. I was writing jingles, and then I was writing radio drama. Then somebody came from an advertising agency and said they needed a copywriter. Because I could write, radio drama, they said I should come and work there as a copywriter. So I went to Oracle Advertising. I did my national service there as a copywriter, and then learned how to design. When I was on campus, I was designing posters by hand. Those days we were using markers. We were not using computer screens. We used markers to design posters and brushes and all that. So that's how I also started. And I did geography in Legon, if you care to know. But I'm not into geography now. I'm doing more technology stuff. So from Oracle Advertising, I developed my skills in graphic designing. Then I developed some interest in technology too as well. So I went to NIT to do some web development. Then it was called Dreamweaver. So you learned how to design basic websites. So that's how my interest in technology started. They started reading about trends in the space. Then, less than 2 years, I got a contract with one of the biggest agencies in Ghana called Lintas to design a screensaver. They asked me if I could design a screensaver. I said yes. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but because I was doing animations, all I needed was a screensaver producer. I'll put the animation inside, click produce. It will generate the screensaver for me. And guess what? The first screensaver I did, when I was asked for the invoice, I charged 4 times my salary. It was 600 cedis. So when I went to Lintas, they told me, oh, see the receptionist. And then they wrote petty cash for me. I thought I had charged like a huge amount, but they wrote petty cash for me. If I didn't even see the accountant, they gave me the money at the reception. I was like, oh, really? I spent less than 8 hours of my time to create a screensaver for Guinness. It was Guinness Ghana Limited. So I was like, okay, next time, I'm not going to charge petty cash amounts. So the next time, I went and made an inquiry about how much they were doing the screensavers in South Africa. And I charged 10% of it. The following year, I charged like 8,000 cedis. From 600 cedis to 8,000. They paid me that money. And I went and told my boss that I want to quit the job. Because when I divided 8,000 by 150 cedis, it was a huge amount. So at least I have my salary for the next 10 or so months. So I would want to start, afresh. So that's how my entrepreneurship started. And since then, I've not worked for a company, but I've worked as a consultant. So I developed interest in technology. I realized the future is going digital, and we as individuals must think alike, that technology was going to format every industry. I'm sure 15 years ago, we didn't imagine what is happening currently in the tech space, as in we have AIs, everybody's talking about AI. But the whole thing is that technology has evolved over the years, and I've also learned in my digital space that if you don't innovate, you can't dominate your space. You must keep learning, you must keep reading. And one mantra that, drove my life was the more you know. It said, know more than you need, and you needed more than you know. So I kept reading, learning. I bought books. When they give me salary, at least 20% went into books. I was buying books and reading all of them and learning about the trends in the space. So that's how I got into the digital space. I remember, Bishop, when social media started, I wrote a proposal to one of the banks that I can manage their social media. And they were asking me, are you sure? Because social media is for young people wasting their time. So I didn't get that contract. In less than 2 years, I got an official email from the bank requesting me to give them the social media accounts I had created. So I had to let go of the social media account I had created. I was like, okay, I thought you said social media was for young people wasting their time. And that's a trend in the tech space. You don't need to compete with somebody else or to have competitors. Another person will come up with a new idea and they will eliminate you without notice, without your permission. We used to have Nokia 3310. We love it. They created different variations of the phone. They asked the CEO why Nokia collapsed. He was in tears, and he told the people that they did not do anything wrong. Why? Because you don't need to do anything wrong. It's a competitive world. Apple will come for your market. Xiaomi will come for your market. Samsung will come for your market, whether you are ready or not. So we need to develop the discipline to always improve ourselves. I see discipline as the temperature we give our character. So you are either molding yourself or you stay in your raw and crude form. If you don't have the temperature to melt you, to reshape you, you will stay raw and you think what you know is the right thing. Somebody will come with AI and you think because you are the best programmer, nobody can compete with you. The next moment, somebody is developing a website in 5 minutes and launching it, and you are still there coding lines, billions of lines, and looking at the codes and trying to correct errors. We must develop the discipline to better ourselves every day. They say life begins at 40. Even though it's not true, you have to believe it like that. So some of us didn't get the opportunity that you are getting to share, hear from others' experience. And like Bishop, they are time travelers. In fact, their life is like a replay. They are coming from the future into our present to lead us back into that future. And that's vision. For me, my direction is to become the best version of myself and become a leading voice in the technology space. I've met presidents, vice presidents, and anybody you can think about because of referrals. Oh, Maximus can do this for you. And when you go there, you don't need to write proposals. If they want you to write proposals, it's because they don't believe in your experience. So you have to propose something. If they read it and they like it, then they call you to come and implement it. But if you have the right experience, you don't need proposals. They will ask you for invoice. Right? So let's develop that discipline. And life is a journey. Let's keep moving. Don't stop. keep moving. Thank you very much, Bishop, for the opportunity.
Let's give it up for Maximus. From asking yourself what is the capital town of Guinea-Bissau, Papua New Guinea, to AI, to digital conversations, meeting presidents. It's not where you're starting from, but it depends on where you're going. That is very important. It is not where you are presently or where you started from, but where you're going. His story is truly transformational. I've known him for quite a long time, 15 plus years, and I read everything he posts on social media. Clearly tells you that he's a voice in that area. If digital conversations can lead him to precedence, I don't know what you're doing. Just do it well, and the next time, as Bishop will say, we'll find in the corridors of power and influence. We ready? All right? So we have our next person to share his experience. Another amazing brother of mine. He's been in the space for quite a long time. Also an entrepreneur, bold dreamer, pushing every angle. Extremely different from what Magnus is doing. He is a corporate trader. He's trained many people. He's a motivational speaker. He's spoken on many platforms, and recently on TV3, I think he's every week he's there on TV3 sharing, on breakfast show on TV3, sharing ideas on how we can get better. He's an author. He writes books for people as well, and we want to hear from my brother, Mr. Boabing.
Very good morning to all of you. That picture is about 15 years old. Bishop, I salute you. Thank you so much for the honor of inviting me to speak here. The good bishop gave me the assignment to share my leadership journey. I thought very hard about it, and I decided that I want to talk about my journey vis-a-vis talent and education in Ghana. A few years ago, I realized that one of my mates from university could not get a job. She was a good student. I mean, based on her scores in tests and exams, I knew she was a good student. She graduated with a second class upper. And I ran a couple of businesses, so I started thinking of employing her. You know, employing your friend is tricky because it could go very wrong. Eventually, I decided to give her a job. That's when I discovered a major shock. While she was good academically, she didn't really understand the principles of being a professional. We did communications with a strong emphasis in marketing. So I put her in our marketing department to manage marketing campaigns, develop social media content plans, and it was full of English, but very little marketing. That was not even the worst. The worst was that she had a grammar problem. Every time she made a post, it had either subject-verb agreement problem or tense problem. Now, this is just one story in my leadership journey. I have so many of such stories. One of my firms is a publishing company, so that means that we hire writers, proofreaders, and editors all the time. And people with first class from university would apply. First class in linguistics, first class in English language, first class in communications. They would apply for a job, and you would assume that they would know how to write, they would know how to edit, they would know how to proofread. But they do not know how to write. They did English in school, but they can't edit English. They can't proofread English. The even bigger shock for me was when I started a restaurant, and I started hiring cooks and chefs. And people from polytechnic and universities who apply to come and cook. And they had studied catering in school, but they could not cook. They will prepare jollof, and it looks like the rice and stew are in a distant relationship with each other. They will prepare banku and okro, and the banku want to take the okro to court. And the interesting thing I discovered is that the people who had not more than a secondary school education, who could not speak or write, could cook better than those who had gone to university to learn how to cook. What has this got to do with leadership? It has everything to do with leadership, because see, great enterprises and great entrepreneurs need great employees to succeed. The quality of outputs that come out of our universities is critical if we are going to develop the leaders of the nation. So my thesis this morning is that if we are going to become a greater nation, if we're going to have people who help entrepreneurs fulfill their vision, amplify their voice, create value in the marketplace, the university of the 21st century must add training to education. What's the difference? Education is broad acquisition of knowledge, concepts, intellectual development, and training is specific skill development. So it's not enough for universities to only give students education. Students must get training. If you ask me, one of the biggest threats to our future as a nation is the fact that we cannot guarantee that a student who has good grades will have good skills when you employ them. It's one of the biggest challenges for businesses. People finishing top grades, first class, second class, upper, no skills. So, universities that would do well, and it's great that I share this on a platform because this is a university that's developing leaders for the nation. Universities that would do well must merge education with training. A number of things must happen. I have 3 thoughts. Number 1, curriculum redesign. We must redesign our curriculum to move beyond just theory to practice. When we teach entrepreneurship, in Ghana, it looks like we learn to know. We don't learn to do or become. So we teach entrepreneurship in school, and people learn all kinds of definitions for entrepreneurship, concepts for entrepreneurship, but they never really practice entrepreneurial skills to become entrepreneurs. We teach management in school, and people learn principles of management, but they never really practice management. So they come out of school, they know so much management, they cannot do management. So instead of just teaching entrepreneurship for people to memorize things, recall things, and pass an examination, people must train. Whilst doing entrepreneurship, they must build an enterprise, start a business, fail with it. That is entrepreneurship training, not just education. So there must be a redesign of our curriculum. Number 2, assessment must move from merely testing recall to assessing skill. If I became president or minister of education, one of the things that I would do differently is change examination. Examination must move from merely testing a person's ability to recall ideas to testing a person's ability to master skill, master competence. We don't want to just see that you know marketing. We want to see that you can do marketing. So there must be a shift from merely recalling knowledge to actually developing competence, knowing how to do. Knowing how to do. Not only knowing stuff, but knowing how to do stuff and knowing how to become. Final thought. There must be better partnership between academia and industry. I think that it would be a good idea if universities will collaborate with industry professionals to develop the content of courses, so that there will be a merge between theory and practice. It will be very good if industry will come to academia and give lectures, and people do not need to have a PhD to give a lecture. A person doesn't need to have a PhD in entrepreneurship to teach entrepreneurship. Practice should be enough. If we are going to make leaders for the nation, then we must merge education with training. Thank you very much. Thank you, boss.
Must not learn to know, but learn to do. Let me share some practical example. 2015, I had moved into one of the telcos as a chief business officer of the telco. So I needed a business executive to support me, somebody who knows numbers to support me so I can focus on strategy. So they brought about 6 people. Obviously, we want the smartest among them. So when we checked the CV and the certificates, the best candidate, I said, bring him on board. The guy came, well rehearsed. I want to strongly believe that the night before he read all the textbooks in this world. So he came and I handed him a new laptop and gave him a half-page assessment. He said, boss man, solve this for me. Very simple. There's a business case with numbers. Just tease out the key factors in the business case so I can present. Just give me 5 bullets, executive summary of the numbers you see. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. He asked, do you have paracetamol? We said no. We left him 1 hour, we came back. The laptop was open, nothing was on. He says, I didn't sleep well last night. Can we reschedule this interview? I said, oh, you've lost it. So he knew on paper what to do as a business executive guy, but practically is out. My key caution is, look, you can go to school, but self-learning is also very important. Self-learning is a critical important. 2020, I was paying somebody almost 20,000 Ghana cedis a year to do my artworks for me. One night, I got upset, picked the laptop. I started from 11 p.m. By 4 a.m., I'm a graphic designer. By 4 a.m., I'm a graphic designer. I design everything all by myself. So it's important we also learn how to practicalize whatever we learn, right? Our next guest speaker, spotlight speaker, is a brother. I don't know whether he's my mentee or we've been together for so long. Most people know him. Most of the first-time jobbers or middle management in most of the organizations have passed through his conferences. He's a conference organizer, a very strong sales personality. He sells very well. Want to invite Albert Kusi Prempe on the stage. Albert.
Oh, can we put our hands together for Bishop Gideon Titi Ofe? Oh, come on, let's do it better. Want to appreciate Bishop for putting together this platform. I listened to Bishop personally. I met him in 2008 when he was having a conference called Leadership by Strategy at the University of Ghana. I was a student then at the University of Cape Coast, so I traveled all the way from Cape Coast to come listen to him share insight at the Great Hall of the University of Ghana. It was a packed hall, but in that conference, a lot of inspiration I picked from there because I had started a journey of impacting young leaders. In 2007, my journey was to impact leaders at the senior high school level. I believe so much in the senior high school prefect and what they could achieve in the long term. So we started organizing leadership conferences to equip the capacity of these young people. Years down the lane, Leadership Empowerment Club has grown to become several other brands and several other things that we do. So I'd like just to briefly run you through some critical lessons on my journey, and one is purpose. You need to have a purpose in life. My purpose at the time, starting out was to impact leaders. Everything I have done in the last 18 years reflects the impact on leaders. Second, you need to be passionate about what you do. 18 years down the lane, we organized Success Africa Summit, which travels across several universities in Ghana and other parts of Africa, in Kigali, Nigeria, Liberia, and Tanzania. Mentorship has been critical for my journey. Not only did I meet Bishop Gideon Titi Ofe, but I also met Reverend Albert Okran, who I decided to learn from him. I was a volunteer on the Springboard Roadshow, and that brought a lot of enlightenment on my own journey as well. The fourth lesson I'll share with you is about defying the odds of life. You would encounter challenges, and I got to a point where I came to realize that encountering one challenge over the other is normal. What you need to do is to break yourself and keep going without allowing the challenges to set you back. The next lesson for me was reinvent yourself. We didn't stay just at Leadership Empowerment Club, but now we have a limited liability company, the LEG Group. We have the Leeds Microcredit. We have the LEG Graduate School. We have the Success Africa Foundation, and a number of other things that we do. Strategic relationships was key for me in my journey. There are several people I met, or even several companies I interacted with. It took several years for them to support what I do. One of them is MTN. took me about 13, 14 years before MTN started saying, we want to have a conversation with you and want to invest in what you do. The next lesson for me is investment mentality. As young people, when you start something, you need to keep it running. And a number of times I'll meet people who say, how have you been consistent all these years? My consistency has been driven by me being able to put myself through work and using the resources I earn from my salary to be able to still fund these projects and programs that I seek to organize. The next lesson is continuously learn and develop yourself. It will help you to be able to go a long way to achieve whatever you set your mind on. The next lesson for me is take action. When the idea of LEC came in 2007, I remember very clearly, put together a leadership conference. I didn't have any resources, but that drive me to say, how do I put this together? In fact, in about 10 minutes, 30 minutes, I had developed the whole concept and I was ready to organize the first program. When we ended the first program, it was the feedback from the participants and the speakers that gave me an indication that I'm going to be doing this for a very long time. And we've not stopped 18 years down the lane. Finally, the God factor. You cannot achieve any meaningful success without Christ. Bishop Gideon says success is more of strategy than effort. Let me submit, for you to be able to develop the best strategy or blueprint, you need to anchor yourself in the God factor. The grace of God kept me from traveling from one university to the other, from Waboga, Tamale to Kigali to Nigeria to Liberia. And I look back and I say, it's just by the grace of God we've been able to come this far. Many started doing these things and they couldn't sustain, not because they didn't have the momentum, but because we do things differently. At the point on campus, my colleagues thought we were actually coming out with a church. And I said, no, because lives are involved and we are trying to impact lives, we're committed in ensuring that we commit everything we do into his hands and trust that he will be with us on this journey. I just want to encourage somebody out there this morning that as you have come through a conference like this, what ideas, what strategies are you going back with? Many a times people say we come for conferences, we are inspired and we go back the same. It's because you are not willing to take action. Tell somebody, take action today. Tell a person, take the action now. What you are willing to do right now on your phone can help you establish and build that global business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. Let me add to what Albert said. Most critical point is also integrity. It's very key. I've known Albert out of the 18 years, about 15 years out of the 18 years of organizing his conferences. I mean, thanks to Albert, I've spoken in all the universities in Ghana, all the platforms, all the, every corner in Ghana I've spoken, I've been on stage to share my experience with people. One key thing is integrity. Every organization I've gone to, if they want to do anything with the youth, he's the first person I ask them to call. All the organizations I've worked in, anytime we want to do something with the youth, I say, let's look for Albert. He's the right guy for you. So it's very important you also keep your focus and keep pushing. If you're here and you came for the orientation at University of Gold Coast, please, if you can just step out, the team is ready to host you. If you're here, mistakenly you joined us, that's fine. But if you want to forfeit your degree and learn, we are happy to have you here. But if you came for the orientation, please get up, go out on your right. The team is there to receive you, right? Many people say it's a debate. Leadership are born, others are made. You know what I mean? Anywhere you stand, you can debate it very well, right? If you love football, you know Cesare Maldini, the father of Paolo Maldini, right? The player was born with the talent because his father was a great player. We all know Johan Cruyff. His son also played football because his father was great. In recent times in basketball, we all know about James LeBron. His son is also playing. This morning, we have an offering from the bishop, a leadership guru whose son has taken from him. This is both born, trained, made, impacted leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, my honor to invite on stage Pastor Kevin Titi Ofer to share some experiences with us.
Good morning. As you can see, I was the only one who ran
on the staircase because I'm the youngest amongst them. All right, so I would also like to share a little bit about my leadership journey, but my journey will not be complete if I don't mention my father. So can we celebrate Bishop Gideon Titeofe? So I have two agendas this morning. One, of course, is to honor him. And then my mother is watching. She owes me 78,000 Ghana cedis. So I hope she's hearing me. So I learned everything about leadership from my dad, of course. In the world, there's no finer voice on the topic of leadership than my father's voice. And so whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you today that this is the right place to be today. My father always says something. He says that the mind does two things. You're either thinking with your mind or you're worrying with your mind. Thinking is using your mind to solve problems, and worrying is using your mind to magnify problems. Luckily for us, especially the men, I believe that a lot of us are thinkers. We think, especially if you're a Manchester United fan. At this point in your life, you are seriously thinking. No, we are not worrying because we are trying to find solution to what is happening. Yeah, so early in my life as a football fan, I realized one thing. A lot of men watch football and we seem to always have the solution that the coach is not seeing. And so while they are playing, you start to make your suggestions. This person must sit down, this person must play. They are playing Bruno Fernandes in the wrong position, and we go on and on. And so I discovered quite early, because I listened to my dad a lot. He told me that one thing you need to discover about yourself is that what annoys you is a clue to what you are created to solve. So inherently, because God is a creator, everyone he created has the ability to create, which means that all of us have the ability to bring things to life or to change certain things. And so I'll just tell you a short story and then we'll go into the ethos of my dad's leadership. I went to the UK, and when I got to the UK, I discovered there's something they call corner shops, which is like your local kiosk where they sell provisions and things. And at the time, I'd gotten myself, just like every man is, you look at things from outside and you can find solutions to those things. I saw solutions in corner shops where, it could help them make more money or advertise better. And so I started going to corner shops to speak with these. Most of the times they are Indian people that operate the corner shops. And I spoke to them. I'll tell them that, your signage is not visible enough. If you do this, you do that, you could get more clients coming here. If we change the way we sell the stuff here, you can do that. And I was in North London at the time. And I think he was Pakistani. One Pakistani man actually called me in. I spoke to his son. So he called me in and told me, what do you think we can do to our signage? You've been talking about this for a while and things. And because we have a church there, I had introduced to the church. They were not printing flyers at the time I went there. But in Ghana, every church prints flyers. So one of the solutions I gave to the church was that we print flyers and go out and share them. So I told this man that I know a printing press that can help us print a banner or something for the shop to place in front of the shop to attract more people to come. Like Chairman Essien said, the man agreed. At that time, I wasn't a graphic designer. So I skipped lessons that day. And I used about 4 or 5 hours to become a graphic designer. And I designed a new logo, a new banner for them. I went to print it. Everything cost me about £38. I had just 60-something pounds on me. And so that weekend, I didn't go to church as well, Daddy. And so I did all of this and then went to the man, showed him everything I've done. And he asked me, so how much do you want for what you have done? As a young Ghanaian student who had come to the UK at first, at that time I didn't know how to charge well. So I told him I want £200. And then, if you know any Pakistani or Arab, they also are very good at bargaining.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I left that day with 50 pounds. But I learned a lesson from there that if I'm able to look at problems and come up with solutions, I'll get rewarded for coming up with the solutions. And so it became my bread and butter to look at things and try to find solutions to all of that. So back to my 78,000 Ghana cedis. I ran a secondary school with my mom, and one of the problems she was facing was that we wanted to grow past a certain number. We wanted to increase our student population. And so she gave me a target of 50 students. And so I sat down and looked at the problem and saw how I could solve it. I heard Brother Maximus talking about AI. So I used a lot of AI. I got involved overnight, planning a way to solve the problem. And by the grace of God, the 50 student target she gave me, we had over 78 students coming in. Now, she promised me 1,000 Ghana cedis per student. I'm sure she did that because she didn't think I would meet the quota. So again, Mommy, I'm reminding you. Now, my father's leadership ethos, or what embodies, at least for me, is in 3 words. And I think everyone here should try to note this down. Sincerity, service, and sacrifice. Sincerity, service, and sacrifice. I think I have 5 minutes, so we'll run through it quickly. So, in sincerity, there are 3 things you're looking at under sincerity. The first one is trust, transparency, and truth. How will I explain this? So, trust is giving your wife, if you're married here, trust is giving your wife or your girlfriend your password to your phone. Yeah, it's a hard thing. To give your wife the password to your phone. Transparency is basically not even having a password to start with. All right? It is from trust and transparency that the last one is truth, that people begin to see the truth of who you are. So over the course of time, if you are able to prove yourself to be trustworthy, if you are able to prove yourself to be someone who is integrity personified, people begin to see the truth of who you are. And once people see the truth of who you are as a leader, they are willing to follow you. They are willing to do everything for you. My father always says this in church. I've heard him say it a couple of times, that there is no one in church that can accuse him of taking something from them. In a time where most people in the pulpits are taking things from congregation members, I'm very proud that my father can make that statement. And whenever he makes that statement, it makes me see the truth of the person that he is, and makes me even trust him more. So that's sincerity. The next one is sacrifice. Sacrifice. And in sacrifice, there are also some 3 things under sacrifice. You have to learn to sacrifice your sleep. If you want to be a good leader, if you want to be successful, you have to learn to sacrifice your sleep. I've seen my father sacrifice his sleep, even at his age. He goes to bed probably around 3 a.m. He's up by 6 a.m. We are working, we are moving. The next one is, it used to be very difficult for me. And when you look at me, you will know. It's your stomach. You have to sacrifice your stomach. When I say sacrifice your stomach, what I mean is that there are certain things that whet your appetite. There are certain things that you want to do, like there are cars you want to buy, there are houses you want to build. You have to learn to beat down your appetite in order to be a great leader. You have to learn, I'm not saying don't aspire to be great, but in the meantime, there are things you need to be able to beat down. Your drive should not be the fact that you want to buy a new Mercedes. That's why you're a leader. You understand? So those appetites have to be beat down. And the last thing we want to sacrifice as well is your social life. You will not have the time to, if you really want to achieve something, you will have to structure your life in such a way that you are not spending all your time on social things that don't contribute to your dream. You are not on social media every night when other people are reading books that will make them better people in life. You are on TikTok laughing at jokes on TikTok. And watching, no. and watching Manchester United. All right? And the last one is service. Service. With service, the Bible tells us that he who wants to be the greatest amongst you must first serve. So it's a biblical principle. You must learn to be someone who is willing to serve people under you. If you want to be a leader, let us see that you are willing to serve us. And one of the major problems I have in Ghana, I can only talk about Ghana, is that people we call civil servants, and we are serving them. And so it's like the place we've placed them for them to serve us, they are using the place, instead of using it as a serving tray for the people of Ghana, it has become a position of power for them to rather take from us. But if you have the understanding that leadership is service, when you are placed into any leadership role, you know your duty is to make the people under you better. And once the people who are working under you or the people who are following you feel like your interest is to make them better, they will put in all their efforts to make sure that you become better. Because the better you get, the better they also get. So I just wanted to share that with you today. The 3 things that I see in my father's leadership styles. That is sincerity, service, and sacrifice. Thank you so much. God bless you. Okay. Thank you very much, Pastor Titi Ofe. Thank you. Amazing, amazing. 3S. The first one is what? The first one is what? The second one is what? And the last one is what? Service. Very important. Very important. We are more than the 78. I would have said that the 78,000. We are partakers of the 78,000. But we're more, so we can't share it. So we have to invest it and make money out of it. All right. In my beginning statement of my submission, I mentioned that there are people who close their eyes and they see very far. They see beyond us. They see years ahead of us. So this gathering is not for today. This gathering is for the future. This gathering is 10 years to come. We'll sit back and somebody said, I came to Executive under 40Conclave and I picked a message. My bishop, my father, will constantly say that what to change your life is in a word what somebody will say, or it's in a scripture or a book that you read. This morning, I strongly believe that somebody's life is going to be changed. We've said so many things. People have come up stage to speak, but it's time for us to bring on stage the convener, the mastermind, the originator, the man himself who planned this. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Dr. Bishop Titi Ofe.
Well, good morning again. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. If that is for me, let's do it better for Jesus. Thank you. Please sit. Father, help me to speak your mind. Help me to be a vessel through whom you will change lives, bring information that will change people's situations. Thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen. For those of you who have followed me, you know that I eat leadership, drink leadership, sleep leadership, work leadership, and wake up to leadership. Consistency pays. And I'm very happy that we are able to meet here. This year, I've held a number of leadership conferences, from hosting the current Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Shirley Ayokoboche, to hosting Sam Jonah, to hosting Dr. Mensah Otabel, and traveling around the country to impart young leaders and I'm excited that I'm living my dream life, and I want to share a few things with you. Sometimes you start by sharing information, and at some point you stop sharing information and you start becoming an inspiration. I moved away from sharing information to inspiring people. Now, when you start inspiring people, you tell your story. So usually my presentations on leadership are based on my story. And this morning, I'm going to do 4 sessions in the next 1.5 hours or 1 hour 45 minutes. Can I see the slides moving? Are you guys ready there? Yes. So in the first session, I'm going to introduce to you the University of Gold Coast. And then in the second session, I'm going to share with you the 13 cities I built before 40. Then the third session, I will share with you the 21 laws I obeyed before 40. And then I end the 4th session with 13 ways my dream built me before 40. I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can because the chairman of the University of Gold Coast is here and I have to behave. He's my boss. When your boss is in the house, you have to behave. I want to thank Mazimos. I want to thank JB. I want to thank Albert. I want to thank my son, Pastor Titi Ofe. I've seen Kevin. I had him when I was 25. I married very early at 24. And I had him when I was 25. And raising him from that little boy to what he has become, I'm so proud of him. It helps with my transition that it's always nice when you know that somebody will step into your shoes, you know. Even when you have not removed it yet, the person is already polishing it for you. And you know, I'm so proud of you, son. God bless you. The only problem I had with him is that he is a Manchester United supporter instead of being a Chelsea supporter, you know. Very soon, I'll start using my coercive power to get you to support Chelsea. Okay? Like today, if Manchester beats Chelsea, he won't get salary. Okay, God bless you. Now, let me introduce to you the University of Gold Coast. Okay? I want to introduce University of Gold Coast to you in a 5 or 8 minute video. It's a speech I gave at the media launch of the University of Gold Coast. And I think it captures everything I have to tell you about the University of Gold Coast. Are we ready, Nancy? If you are ready.
I'll call on the Chancellor of the University to deliver a short speech. Let's put our hands together for Bishop Dr. Gideon Tsiofe.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today marks a defining moment in the history of the University of Gold Coast, UGC, and indeed the future of higher education in Ghana. We gather not just to launch a university, but to ignite a revolution in leadership, education, and national transformation. At the University of Gold Coast, we believe in a simple yet profound truth. Great nations are built by great leaders. Great leaders are built by great schools. Great schools are built by great programs. And great programs are built by the University of Gold Coast. This is more than a statement. It is our mission. It is our promise. And today, with the inauguration of our council and board of trustees, we reaffirm our commitment to shaping the future of this nation and beyond. But to understand where we are today, we must remember where we began. This great institution started as Accra Business School, an institution with a bold vision to redefine business education in Africa. We trained business leaders We equipped entrepreneurs. We shaped executives who now drive industries and economies. But we knew our mission was bigger than business alone. We saw the need for a university that would not only produce graduates, but develop nation builders, leaders who will influence governance, law, security, diplomacy, and beyond. So we evolved, we expanded, we redefined our scope, and today, by the grace of God, we stand as the University of Gold Coast, UGC, a fully chartered university with a mandate to shape the future of leadership in Africa. But let us ask ourselves an honest question. Is Ghana truly building a great nation? We cannot build a great nation if leadership is treated as a privilege instead of a responsibility. We cannot build a great nation if education is seen as a formality rather than a foundation. We cannot build a great nation if governance is driven by short-term politics rather than long-term vision. The University of Gold Coast is not just here to award degrees. We are here to produce the kind of leaders Ghana desperately needs. Leaders who serve, not rule. Leaders who build, not plunder. Leaders who act, not just speak. And let me be clear, Ghana does not have a resource problem. Ghana has a leadership problem. If we want to see transformation, we must demand more from those in power. We must challenge the status quo, and we must raise a generation of ethical, competent, and visionary leaders. That is what this university stands for. That is what I stand for. That is what the staff in this university stands for. And that is why we are here today. And let us be clear, this is not just an academic institution. We are a Christian university built on the foundation of faith in Christ Jesus, excellence, and service. Our commitment to Christ-centered leadership is what sets us apart. We do not educate minds, but we transform hearts. We do not only build careers, we shape destinies. And in everything we do, we acknowledge that this is God's grace that has brought us this far. The world does not honor potential, it honors results. The University of Gold Coast, UGC, is not here to make promises. We are here to deliver. We are here to build a generation of leaders equipped with the knowledge, skills, and character to lead in business, governance, law, and diplomacy. We do not teach leadership in theory. We craft leaders in practice. We do not build programs for certificates. We design them for transformation. As we inaugurate our council and board of trustees today, we are assembling not just a governance body, but a leadership force, visionaries who will ensure that the University of Gold Coast remains a beacon of academic and professional standards. And as soon we will read the profiles of our leadership, and it points to only one thing, that we mean business. And it also points to another thing. It points to the fact that I have confidence in my personal leadership competence and capacity. And that is why I will assemble men that have strong opinions and strong convictions about what they have to do right. And I'm ready to work with these men. Ghana is standing at the crossroads of history. The world is asking, where will the next generation of transformative leaders emerge? Our answer is clear. They will emerge from the University of Gold Coast, UGC. Let the world take notice. Let Ghana take pride. The future is not waiting. It is being built here and now. And as we move forward, let us not forget our divine calling and our ultimate mission, building leaders for the nations. Thank you. May God bless the University of Gold Coast.
This is University of Gold Coast. For your MBA, MSc, and more, visit
Introduces to you the University of Gold Coast. Because my whole concept is based on how I built a university with a borrowed 500 Ghana cedis in 2004. And I'll be sharing some of the inspirational stories behind the University of Gold Coast. But a little bit more about the University of Gold Coast. Our mission at the University of Gold Coast, our mission is to develop visionary leaders for nations. Visionary leaders for nations. That's our mission. Our vision is to be a globally recognized institution for developing Christ-centered leaders who drive innovation, create opportunities, and foster economic transformation to build prosperity and to build prosperous and sustainable nations. Now, the next slide, please. These are the leaders behind the University of Gold Coast. They serve on our council. Now, let me show you the programs we deliver at the University of Gold Coast. Now, we have our 12-month MBA, the 12-month MSc in Accounting and Finance, the 12-month MSc in Communication and International Marketing, the 12-month MSc in International Relations, the 12-month MSc in Human Resource Management, and then we have a partnership with the University of Resham University in Wales, and we ran a 12-month MBA with them. And then, from January, we are introducing some amazing programs in January. We are introducing what we call the Dual MBA. So what is the Dual MBA? The Dual MBA is earning 2 MBAs in one. Now, because our market is small, it is suicidal to just be single-skilled. You have to be multi-skilled. Our MBAs, actually, you would do the same core modules across all the specialization in the MBAs. So if you do the core module for, say, MBA Human Resource, and you now want to do MBA Marketing, you don't have to do the core modules again. You gain exemptions from all, and all you do is to move on to do 6 months and earn a second MBA. So even though our MBAs are 12 months, if you choose to do our dual MBA, you earn the first 12 months, you earn the first MBA, and then you do 6 months more, and in 18 months, you walk away with 2 MBAs. Still for the price of 1. Can you imagine? And you know why? Because we are Christians. We are able to multiply fish and few loaves of bread for you. So from January, we are introducing the dual MBA. We are introducing our MA in Biblical Studies and Practical Theology. For those of you who are Christians in the marketplace, you need to do this course. And then our MBA in Business Intelligence and Market Analytics. And then we have our MBA in Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And then an MBA in Human Resource Marketing. And then an MBA in Operations and Supply Chain Management. An MBA in Marketing and Communication. And an MBA in Finance. And then we are introducing, in fact, this October, the LLM MSc in International Law, Security and Diplomacy. What it means is that if you have a law background, you get an LLM. If you don't have a law background, you get an MSc, but study the same content. And then, if you don't have a degree and you don't qualify for a master's program, we don't think so. One of our slogans in the school is that we offer all manner of learning opportunities to all manner of people in all manner of ways. So there are adult learners who are not ready to go back and study for 4-year bachelor's program. So we developed courses here, took it to the UK, and got it accredited. In the UK, level 4 is first degree, is first year in the university. Level 5 is second year in the university. Level 6 is the final year in the university. You are an adult student without first degree. We are asking you, don't waste 4 years of your time pursuing a degree. Come and use what we call the rapid professional pathway. into our master's program. So you can take our level 6 extended diploma in theology and management and go into our MA in theology and management, or take our level 6 extended diploma in management qualifications in 12 months and go into any of our MBA. And then we even have our level 6 extended diploma in international law, diplomacy and security. That you can take that one. If you don't have a first degree, you can take that one and go on to our MSc in international law, security and diplomacy. Can you imagine? You know, so you can do all these things with us. And we offer 1 weekend a month module. As I speak to you now, there are about 540 top executives in our lecture halls now. These people took the examination Thursday evening. They did a lecture on Friday evening, doing a lecture today from morning to evening, and will come tomorrow to finish a lecture from morning to evening, and then they finish a module. They don't come here again until next month on a Thursday evening to take examination and move on. And your examination, I think, only forms a 60% of your marks. So within the period you take, you do assignments and you submit them. So you are learning 1 weekend in a month. Anytime I walk around the campus, I meet people thanking me. I tried to study MBA. I left. My marriage was breaking. My children were messing up because every evening when I close from work, I have to rush to some university that is not innovative enough like your university to learn and close at 9 p.m. And there's risks of traveling in the evening, get home at 10 p.m. My babies will be sleeping and all those things. We say, listen, you don't have to twist your life to study. We have twisted our programs to suit your life. You understand? Now, this is the biggest announcement. This is the biggest announcement. Let me show you something. We have created an ecosystem of qualifications. We think that when you come to study with us, you should get more than you have paid for. So get what we are offering. With our new master's programs, our new MBAs, when you study, the first is divided into 3 trimesters. The first trimester, you earn a postgraduate certificate in management. With the other universities, if you start your MBA and something happens and you stop, your money is gone, you walk out empty. With us, we say the first trimester, when you take our first 4 modules, you get postgraduate certificate in management. If your company transfers you or you don't have enough money to continue, you don't leave empty-handed. Then the second trimester, you earn a postgraduate diploma in management. Do you know what that does for you? If your MBA, you know, employers don't really think that your MBA in finance, the first part of your MBA in finance, you studied management courses. So it's a combination of management skills and finance. They only focus on finance. So if there are management opportunities, they don't consider you. We are saying that we want your employer to understand that you learned management before you call it, you specialized. So you earn a postgraduate diploma in certificate in management, a postgraduate diploma in management, and then the last trimester, you earn your MBA in a certain specialization. And what is even more interesting is this. You don't just get an MBA. I just signed an MOU with a Chartered Management Institute in the UK. One of the most prestigious chartered bodies in the UK. When you finish our MBA, you don't have to take additional courses. All you need to do is that there are assignments within the courses that you are taking. about 4 of them. When you take those assignments, you earn the level 7 diploma in professional management and leadership practice from the Chartered Management Institute. And as if that is not enough. And then that fast tracks you to becoming a chartered manager, all in one. And the only additional cost is what you pay to the Chartered Management Institute. So, in 12 months, you can have a postgraduate certificate in management, a postgraduate diploma in management, MBA specialization, level 7 in professional management and leadership practice from the Chartered Management Institute, and a chartered manager from the Chartered Management Institute. And you become a member of the Chartered Management Institute, even if you leave us and you go. Can you imagine? We are giving you more than you've bargained for. You know something? If you decide the current MBA you are offering is not good enough, switch. And you will get exemptions for the courses you have already taken. So switch to our MBA. If you already have an MBA, talk to our admission advisors. They will give you some exemptions and you'll continue. Why ask for more? Why ask for less when you can get more? The interesting thing is that when you study here, we give you the chance to choose how you want to pay us. We are the only school that you can pay your school fees on monthly basis. We divide your school fees into 12 months for you to pay, or quarterly basis, or you pay at once. If you have money and you want to pay at once, you don't want to owe anybody, you just pay it off. God bless. Now, let me go on to share with you why you came here. You didn't come to apply for MBA, but I want to encourage you to do that. You came to learn leadership. And I'm going to share a few thoughts with you. After that, Professor P.K. Richardson, Richard Ahinkra, Chairman ACN, and Bernard Avler will come up here and have a conversation on leadership as well. But here, let me begin my first session. The 13 cities I built before I turned 40. And this was a sermon I preached several years ago when our church was here. And I was in my mid-30s when I preached that sermon. As I was preparing to come here, the Lord said to me, do you remember the sermon you preached? It was things that you practiced that eventually became that sermon. And you practice all these things before 40. So go and teach them. So I want to show you in the next few minutes the 13 cities I built before I turned 40. Here they are. Kim. 13 cities. Number 1, capacity. Number 2, velocity. Number 3, audacity. Number 4, tenacity. Number 5, authenticity. Number 6, simplicity. Number 7, specificity. Number 8, prolificity. Number 9, veracity. Number 10, elasticity. And then number 11, publicity. Number 12, multiplicity. And then number 13, felicity. I want to take a few minutes to explain this to you. Take a picture of them or go back, watch them on social media again. Apply the principles in them. It will work for you. Because I applied them, it has worked for me. 25 years ago, remember, I lived an uncompleted building in this facility. These were the principles that by the grace of God, I applied and they worked for me. There's a law I call the law of legitimacy in my 21 laws of effective public speaking. The law of legitimacy states that you cannot speak on what you have not successfully practiced. And everything I'm sharing with you here are things that I have successfully practiced. So number 1, capacity. Capacity. Creating space to to take more responsibilities. Creating space to take more responsibilities. When I was in Bible school in 1990, as a poor guy in Bible school, I used to live in Adabraka. My Bible school was in Latebiokoshi. In most cases, early in the morning, I have to leave home and walk from Adabraka to Latebiokoshi because I didn't have money for transportation. I used to like braces a lot. I didn't have money to buy braces, so I went to buy Lastic, the big one. And I did punch some holes and started to get braces for it. Do you know what happened to me? I was wearing my father's big trousers. By the time I got to school, the elastic has shrunk and my trousers was here. So my nickname in Bible school was Ajos. Because the first person that saw me said, "Hey, Titi Ofe, Ajos." And it became my nickname. So whilst we were in Bible school, the principal of the Bible school went to America and met with a couple who were missionaries to Ghana, and they had mission projects in the Volta region. But they had gotten old. They were now in their 70s and now couldn't fly down for their mission projects. So they wanted local missionaries. And they said they were going to give $100 a month to young people who decide to do mission work in some places in the Volta region. That was a very attractive proposition for me. A lot of my mates in the Bible school accepted the offer. Some who were sponsored by churches left their churches and took the $100 offer a month to go to the Volta region. It was attractive for me. But there are two ways in which people start their careers. Either with a growth mindset or with a grab mindset. Whilst the $100 a month was good for me, I felt I was serving under an experienced pastor that I could learn from, that I could grow under. So I chose to grow instead of grab. As a result of that pathway I chose, my capacity to do more enlarged and expanded. I remember pastoring in one church. I was engaged as an administrative pastor. But when I looked at administrative work in the church, I felt that it was a car that could take 10 gallons and you have been given 2 gallons. I felt that I had a lot of space to do more. Guess what I did? I started my pastoral career as a youth pastor. So there was a youth president in the church, but they had no youth pastor. I became a youth pastor. I realized I had strong theological background. I realized that the church didn't have training materials for new converts class, leadership class and all those things. I started developing them. I became the head of Christian education in the church. Then I realized that they had a lot of men and they didn't have a pastor over the men. The one who was leading the men was not a pastor and was too busy. I became the men's pastor. Two reactions. My colleagues, pastors in the church, their first reaction was that, "Are you not too stressed?" I say it doesn't stress me because it's a question of capacity. I could take all these additional responsibilities with no stress because I had enlarged my capacity as a result of my growth mindset. The next reaction later was that you are making the church see us as bad pastors. You are doing too much. You are here, you are there, you are visiting, you are doing that, you are doing that. But you see, these other people who felt I was doing too much, they are nowhere to be found now. In fact, some of them have left ministry. They are doing something else because they chose not to expand their capacities to take more. I'm an employer in my university. There are people who are managing just a single program. And even that single program they are managing is not growing. And yet they have colleagues who are managing 4 programs at a time. And those 4 programs, each program is bigger than their single program they are managing. A question of capacity. As an employer, I know who has a future with me and who I will dismiss soon. And surprisingly, some of them really don't care. I'm managing one program, I'm not getting enough students, but because I will be paid every month, I don't care. And a colleague who is taking almost the same amount of money with you is managing 4 programs, and when the person we are going to have graduation, the person is on the ground preparing for graduation. When we are having thesis defense, the person is on the ground involved in almost everything, and you are managing one program, and even that one is stressing you. A question of capacity, your ability to do more than you were engaged to do. Every organization has space that is not occupied. No job description in every organization covers all the jobs that needs to be done. Those who build their capacity move into those spaces. The second city I built very early in my life was velocity. I decided to do in one day what others did in 1 week. I decided to do in 1 week what others did in 1 month. I decided to do in 1 month what others did in 1 year. I see ahead, I think ahead, I act ahead, I move ahead, and stay ahead of the competition. I was the first to introduce 12-month MBA into the country, first to introduce the kind of model we are running now, 1 week, because I just studied the Ghana's MBA content, 12 modules, and we have 12 months, and you are supposed to cover a certain number of hours in a month. I said, but I could run these things every month and cover the same number of hours. There is no break. Why should I categorize them into 1 semester 2, and give you break? Do them 1 month, 1 weekend in a month, the additional contact hours, do it online, do it self-study, and love your life. If you want to succeed before they think, you should have thought. Now I saw my competitors have started introducing 12-month MBAs over weekends. I called my staff, I said, let's introduce dual MBA. And then I told my staff, let's also give them additional benefits. Let's categorize our own into postgraduate certificate, postgraduate. You see, some of you who heard this introduction, if you knew we existed and had this offer, you would not have gone to that useless school for your MBA. That is how I think. Think around the clock. I run, I don't walk. If my competitors are running, I start flying. If they start flying, I allow them to flap whilst I soar. And since 2004, when I started running weekend programs, I haven't stopped. I have never lagged. Right now, 540 are there. They will finish. They are a cohort. And currently, we are only running 5 master's programs. All the others, we are introducing them from January. 5 master's programs. We have 540 in class now. Next weekend, about 700 of them will come. The following weekend, another 100 of something will be here. And just this week, about 500 of them came to defend their thesis. And every year, we are graduating over 1,000 students, and you will still find over 2,000 people on our campuses. You know why? Velocity. Before they think, I have thought. There are 3 groups of people here in this room. Those doing yesterday's things today, you are late. Those doing today's things today, you are on time, but you are an average person. Those who are changing our world and making the front pages are those doing tomorrow's things today. I've always chosen to live in the future. That was a problem with Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was too much into the future that those around him did not understand him. If everybody around you understands you, then you are not in the future. Do tomorrow's things today. See the future, think the future, go the future, and stay ahead of your competitors. Several years ago, I saw the future. I saw that a time is going to come, there will be too many quack pastors, false prophets, and the pastoral ministry will have identity crisis. I predicted that offering and tithes alone will not be enough to finance missions and finance church. I predicted that the economy will be so bad that there will be giver fatigue in churches. So I decided that instead of being the typical charismatic pastor who live on church offerings and tithes, I decided to create my own business. And that is why I created the African Center for Leadership and Human Resource Development. I thought ahead. Today, I don't take anything from my church. For over 20 years, my church has never paid me a pesewa. My wife and I are the biggest tithers in the church. We are the biggest sponsors in the church. I am not saying that that is what every pastor must do. I'm just saying that I think ahead. That is all. That pastor can decide to think behind. I think ahead. Now the third city I built was audacity. 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 Do you know when I started the African Center for Leadership and Human Resource Development, I only had diploma in theology. I had a training organization. I didn't have education. Do you know I don't have a first degree? I never had a first degree. I did all my this thing outside so I could do some masters based on experience. I left secondary school when I was in Form 4. I did my O-levels as a private candidate. Grew up in a very poor home. I shouldn't have dreamt of owning a university with a diploma in theology. And yet today I have, because I chose to be audacious. Your dream is not a reflection of your current circumstances. Your dream is a prophecy over your future. Your dream addresses your potentials, not your performance. Performance is who you are now. Potential is what you can become tomorrow. I don't manage performance, I manage potential. So my human resource policy is discover, develop, retain. Most of the young people, our current registrar, came as a national service person with HND. Today he has 2 masters from us and is a registrar. My PA came to work with me with SSE. Today he has masters from Resam. He's one of the best guys around me. The head of marketing, University of Gold Coast, came with WASI. Today he has masters. The head of international partnerships at University of Gold Coast came with HND. Today she has an MBA and is the head of our international engagement. I enjoy to see how I just decide to manage potential, not performance. But you have to be audacious enough to take on Goliath-like assignments. Don't allow fear to stand on the way of your dreams. One owner of a university college who is struggling now, who couldn't charter, when he heard that Titi Ofe says he wants to start a university, I understand in a meeting with his professors, he laughed and said, Titi Ofe, now no dear no name. Today my university is chartered, his is not. I chose to be audacious. God told me something. He said, when you say you can't, then you can. He said, my breath in you contains everything you need to succeed. All you need is my breath in you. It contains everything you need to succeed. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. There is nothing I've done that was within my reach, but I chose to be audacious. And my audacity is driven by my faith in God. And it has worked for me. Yours will work for you. That dream is possible. If you could not do it, it would not have occurred to you. It occurred to you. If your mind could capture it, let your heart accept it, and your hands will do it. That is all. When I was in secondary school, my nickname was Chancellor. At that time, there was no private participation in university education, yet my nickname was Chancellor. Audacious. I said I will own a university. People said, you, Tete Ofe. I was poverty personified. I was wearing my father's 1960s shoe when I was in secondary school, and it had a nail in it that was hurting the soles of my feet. So this is the way I used to walk in secondary school, because there was a nail hurting the soles of my feet. And people used to say, this SU guy is psycho. It was not psycho. It was a poverty walk. And then tenacity, the strength to persevere. Have I failed before? Several times. My first conference I did, I borrowed 500 Ghana cedis. I used 250 Ghana cedis to do my first half-page advert in Daily Graphic. So it shows you how small the money was. 50% of it could buy half-page advert in Daily Graphic. I used 150 Ghana cedis to buy a Pentium 2 desktop computer. Some of you have not seen Pentium 2 desktop computer before. And then I used the last 100 cedis to buy ink and borrowed a printer from a friend. And the rest to buy stationery to run my first conference. And I got, for pastors, it was modern management skills for pastors for 3 days. When I paid my loan of 500 Ghana cedis with an interest of 10%, 550, paid the hotel, paid all my bills, I made a profit of 1,600 Ghana cedis. That's how I started the University of Gold Coast. And then I used 1,600. It said, if 500 Ghana cedis could give me this success, 1,600 would do more. I put all the 1,600 Ghana cedis into my next conference. Guess what? Only one person came. I was at the University of UPSA. Only one person came. The person came from Methodist Church, and they paid this thing with check, and we have used the money. And we had to postpone the program. We begged him to go. We'll send the money later. I had to come and struggle to look for the money and send to them. But I didn't give up. If you falter in times of trouble, then where is your strength? I always knew I wanted to do something in addition to pastoring. I set up many, many companies. Only one succeeded. And that is the University of Gold Coast. I established the Sword of Gideon Ventures to export handicrafts. It did not succeed. I established Temple Builders Mission and inaugurated it big time. I never went to one mission with it. Everything died. I've set up many, many, many companies. Only one worked. Today here I am. Tenacity, the strength to continue in the face of what looked like failure. You need to have that strength to push and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. I left Germany in 1997 to come to this country with the hope that things was going to take place and things were going to work. Then I came to this place in the year 2000 to live in an uncomputed building, no water, no electricity, no toilet facilities. Most of the times I felt like go back. I left scholarships, I left the mission work. I said God wanted me to come. You fast, you pray, you go to church. Two people. You, your wife, and 2 people. But if you falter in times of trouble, then where is your strength? Your rare strength is shown when you are confronted with challenges and how you courageously confront that challenge. And I believe that my courage is driven from my strong relationship with the Lord Jesus. And it has helped me. And here I'm not introducing the Lord Jesus as a religious figure. I'm introducing him as a life-changing spirit. In the Christian faith, we accept Jesus and he comes to live in us and he changes our lives. When I was growing up, I was a fool. And I believe I was. Girls were beating me. I was crying, going home, tell my sister to go and fight the girls and all those things. Everybody said I was a fool. Today, people pay to listen to me. Because you know something? The entrance of his word giveth light and giveth understanding to the simple. God just changed me amazingly. I gave my life to him when I was 14 years old. And that was a turning point in my life. I used to be the 42nd person in a class of 45 people. 42nd was always my position. There were these three people in class who always said, "We've got your back, Gideon." And never went beyond that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Today I own a university. When I got born again, my first examination I took after getting born again, I was 4th. The second examination, I was 3rd. The 3rd examination, I was 2nd. The 4th examination, I was 1st. And I became 1st throughout. God really changes. Jesus is a life-changing spirit, and he does. Now, the next thing I did was authenticity. I built authenticity. Years ago, I bought a phone. Then 1 week later, my wife came with the same phone and said, "Honey, you see, people cheat you. People, we don't know how to negotiate." And I always felt I was a good negotiator. And she has gotten the same phone for half the price. I was curious. At that time, Nokia was the in thing. And I've gotten some powerful Nokia, and I felt that Ethiopia was an intelligent person. And here comes my wife with Nokia, half the price. So anxiously, I said, "Open it from the box." She took the thing out. I said, "Start it." She started Nokia, and Nokia said, "Ching, chan, ching, chan." And then I looked at it again. The thing was not Nokia. They had spelled something that looked like Nokia. The thing was not Nokia. It was fake. You see, original things are expensive. Fake things are cheap. And if you are not willing to pay the price for success, you will go for fake. To be authentic is not easy. I decided to stay authentic. My calling as a pastor is to raise leaders for the nations. So when you come to my church, it's made up of young people who are now trying to find their path. Because that's what my message is about. But being a prophet in this country pays. At one point, I had to decide whether I still want to be a pastor teacher or a prophet. So that I'll come to church one day and say, whom we are saying. Me who say, "Oh, my me, you man dear." Say, "See, I know, cause I or the young quine." Bra, one bad sorry, Uncle China will be. I had to choose, but here's the thing: in life, you are either pursuing your assignment, you are either pursuing assignment or attraction. Assignment is what you were created to do. Attraction is what you are copying to do. When you follow attraction, you lose your authenticity. When you follow your assignment, that is where you become authentic. Everybody in this country knows the Ethiopia for something because of authenticity. The best way to becoming the best you can be is to be yourself. Discover the real you. Discover the real you and live it. It might not be attractive now, but if you keep doing it, it will eventually become attractive. Now, do you know that in this country, most of the private universities I own are owned by churches. And a few of them that are owned by individuals are really heavily sponsored by outside organizations. I'm the only person who has built a private university from the scratch with no sponsorship from anywhere. With no sponsorship from anywhere from the scratch. I'm the only person who has done that. And I think I happen to be the youngest chancellor, isn't it, in town at the moment. You know why? Because I stayed the course. I decided to be authentic. I defined my mission, developed my vision, and here I am. So authenticity is good. Now, the fake market is so popular that now original manufacturers of a certain product are now by themselves manufacturing the fake version of their own product, because fake is very popular. Even in church, you have to be a fake brother to get a wife to marry. All the sisters have to fake themselves. They have to fake their breasts, fake their butts, fake their face. I hear one brother went to marry a sister. In their wedding night, the sister said, "Give me some few minutes." He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "No, I have to remove my buttocks." Then the sister just did something like that, poof, poof, flat. She said, "Oh, wait. I have to remove my breast." Boom, boom. But before. Then when the brother said, okay, I'll settle for that. Then, "Oh, no, I have to remove my face." Then she went to the bathroom. When she came out, that first sister had become charcoal black. He said, "What just happened? Did you get burnt?" He said, brother, the fake market works. You came to the fake market to buy. So stay authentic. Define your mission. Can I show you? There are 3 battles that you must win if you are authentic. The battle between the crowd and conviction. You follow your conviction, not the crowd. You need to understand that. The battle between fashion and passion. Sometimes you are tempted to do what is fashionable because your passion is not so fashionable. Who would have thought that starting as a small trainer, training in schools, I will be here today? God has been so gracious to me. God has been so gracious to me. Now, let me go on. Now, the next is simplicity. One of the things I build is simplicity. Do you know the most successful charismatic pastor in this country is Bishop Dag? Yet Bishop Dag has made pastoring so simple. Bishop Dag preaches simple, walks simple, does everything simple. You know why? Because success is making complex things simple. Imagine before you can make a phone call, you have to call the person to know the person's date of birth, subtract it from the time you are calling the person, and multiply it by your age before you can make a call. Will you buy a phone? You won't buy a phone because nobody wants to buy complex things. Everyone buys simple things. The engineering behind phone is so complex, yet the end user is so simple. My wife is out of the country with my son. My 17-year-old son is just got admission into law school outside the country, and we can't leave a 17-year-old boy to be in a foreign land. So my wife abandoned me to go and take care of her son. But we do video calls every day. And you know why? The magic of telephonic engineering. We could do video calls every day. The ease with which we use it, but the engineering behind it is complex. You know why most people don't like mathematics? Mathematics is making simple figures complex. Who doesn't know 2? Who doesn't know 4? Who doesn't know 6? But mathematics says 2 times 8 minus 3 divided by 6. Square root of that. When they add those things, and then you know, people don't like mathematics because mathematics is taking simple things and making it complex. So what I've done is very simple. At the University of Gold Coast, for instance, we have this slogan. We have this saying, flexible entry, flexible learning, flexible payment. We have just decided to simplify what other universities have made complex. Try doing MBA in any university, and compared to what we do here, we've just made complex things simple. I've always said to theologians, Jesus preached very simple message. Now, do you know that if the whole Bible was only the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, nobody would needed to go to school of theology to understand it. When Paul and those people decided to write epistles, they complicated the simple message of Jesus. That is all. So I preach like Jesus, talk like Jesus. My whole life, all I do, I sell simplicity. I take complex things and make them simple for people, and they buy, and it's working. Are we good? Now, the next city I built before I turned 40 was specificity. Because if you do everything in general, you achieve nothing in particular. So I needed to decide what I wanted to do. When we started the African Center for Leadership and Human Resource Development, our mission was straightforward: to provide quality, affordable, short-term training for busy executives at the time that is convenient, at the place that is accessible, and at the price that is convenient, that is affordable. And we started. That was our mission. I was very specific. I knew my target market. I knew how I wanted to. I was so committed to my mission to the extent that I said affordable. Anytime prices of things went up, I did not pass on the cost to the client. What I did was that I reduced my operational cost. So for instance, at one point, we were adding food to the price, and the prices of things started going up. I called my staff. I said, it's not by force that when somebody is coming to training, we should sell food to the person. Let's separate food from the price of training. So we started a small restaurant, and we maintained our cost. Then the prices of stationery and things started going up. At that time, we were providing learning materials. I told my staff, stop printing. Let's buy, at that time, CDs. Let's burn 8 and give it to them. And the prices of water, at that time when you come to school, we're serving water. When you come to training, we will serve water. Some people, like the way JM is drinking water now, JB is drinking water now. They would drink like 4 bottles of water in 1 hour of. I said, we will lose. So I decided that why don't we buy dispensers and put them at places so people can take. What I always did was how to cut costs instead of increasing costs. I was very specific. I knew what I wanted. I knew what I wanted to do, and I kept to it. When we were transitioning to become a university, I said quality, affordable, short term. So I started with a postgraduate diploma, 36 weekends. When we now wanted to run more academic programs, 12-month MBA. At that time, MBA in Ghana, the shortest was 18 months and 24 months. Then I introduced 12-month MBA. GTEC, then National Accreditation Board, came that I should convince them that I would deliver quality in 12 months. I said, no break. They said, workload on the student. I did a timetable, showed them, did a presentation to them. They said, this is good. Why are these people not thinking about it? Why have they not thought about it? And I've kept to the mission up to now. My mission is to build leaders for the nations. And I'm doing it. But if you do everything in general, you achieve nothing in particular. God designed you, built you, and wired you for something. When I take the Bible, all I see, leadership, development. When I take the Bible, that is all I see. And when you define your mission, you are so confident in what you do that you are not afraid of anything. You do it, and you do it very, very, very well. Okay? The next one is prolificity. Prolificity. Am I right? Converting ideas into inventions. Like what Pastor Titi Ofe said. What Pastor Titi Ofe said, you see? Now, your mind is the most powerful tool you have for success. You develop it, you are fine. But here's the thing. Anytime your eye sees a problem, your mind decides to offer a solution. Even if the mind is not invited, you still try to offer a solution. For example, I do almost everything with my wife for 33 years. When I met her, she was so spiritual. My wife was so spiritual, she didn't even watch news or read news. And then she won't watch TV, she won't do anything. Now I've caused her to backslide a little. So now we watch TV together, we watch movies together, and we watch football together. And she supports my team, supports my political party. So everything I have, my wife supports it. So we'll be watching Ghana playing against Nigeria. And my wife is sitting by me, and she does more commentary than the commentators. Once we lose the ball, she starts screaming, and then she will hold me that they are going to score us. And then immediately my wife now begins to offer coaching lessons. My wife will be there and say that, I don't know. At that time, Kwesi Apia's time. Now Kwesi Apia, when film, not for the day, so the day is already on the field. Sir, hey, and I hate to be more no sir. They will say, only they will point a defender. Now Sulemuntari, when Sulemuntari will retire. That bang. Because the mind, when your eye sees a problem, your body feels something, the mind attempts to offer a solution. But the quality of the solution your mind attempts to offer is dependent by the information already stored in your mind. So my wife's mind is trying to offer a solution, but her information about football is problematic. So even though she's offering a solution, the solution is flawed. Now, idea is a solution to a problem locked up in your mind. You must have the capacity to convert that idea into an invention. That is where success begins. So some years ago, University of Gold Coast was an idea, was intangible. You could not feel it. It has no address. It was existing in my mind. But today, University of Gold Coast is an invention. It has an address, you can feel it, you can touch. The conversion from an idea into an invention could be a very long journey for many people, but it's supposed to be very short. If the quality of information in your head is good, your ideas will become an invention. I'm going to invite all of you for what I call the Smart Thinking Leader series online, so I can teach this in details. As a follow-up to this, the Smart Thinking Leader, how to acquire information. That information inspires you. So you must be very strategic about the kind of information you are looking for. You must seek information that will inspire you. When information inspires you, it generates an idea. When an idea is generated, the first thing you do is that you create an incubation for the idea. In 2004, I wanted to start a university, but I had no qualifications, I had no name, I had no money, I had nothing to be able to qualify for someone who can start a university. So you know what I did? I incubated the idea of starting a university for 7 years and started a training organization. At the outset of African Center for Leadership and Human Resource Development, I knew that the journey was to become a university. But at that time, if I had not incubated the idea and had gone to accreditation board to tell them I wanted to start a university, they would have killed the idea. But what I did was, within the space of 6 years, I built so much prestige. I built an image. At some point, accreditation board was calling me to see whether I can supply them experts to go and do accreditation evaluations, assessment. Then I only had a training organization. I'd become visible, I'd become relevant, and I was ready. So when I took my letter to accreditation board that I wanted to have a university, they already knew who was talking. I had incubated the idea so much so that when it came out of the womb, after 6 years, the idea was strong enough. That's why children are incubated for 9 months. When they get out, their lungs are powerful enough to bring in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. Your idea got killed because you didn't have the ability to incubate, the patience to scan the environment and know that this is not time for the idea to come out. Most of you here are very young. The next 30 years will see you. The next 50 years will see you. So what is the rush for? Your capacity to be patient is key. When you study the hunting behaviors of the lion, no matter how hungry the lion is, if the lion feels that this is not an opportunity for me to catch this prey, the lion will never chase the prey. The lion has patience to wait for the vulnerability of a prey before it lashes out. And that is why the lion is described as the king of the jungle. He's not the strongest animal in the jungle. He's not the biggest animal in the jungle. But the patience of the lion is crucial. Even with the patience of the lion is only 28% successful in the pursuit of prey. So imagine with that patience. And then from incubating your ideas, you now move into what we call innovation. Innovation allows you to now scan your environment to identify idea killers and idea stimulants. My idea killers at the time was going to be G-Tech if I had tried to start a university at the time. Now we have gone through about 4 or 5 institutional re-accreditation, and we have always succeeded. And to even go through a charter process and become a presidentially chartered university shows that we have really built ourselves very well. And it's all based on innovation. See, all these things I introduced you, the programs and how we carry them out and all those things, is part of innovation. Scan your environment, know what the people are looking for, and deliver it to them. I will never ever sell Hausa cocoa at Trazago Valley Estates because nobody will buy it. At least pizza will survive. Hausa cocoa will succeed in Nima. As simple as that, isn't it? Fantastic. Now, veracity, building a brand people can trust. When it says somebody is a venerable person, it means the person has built a brand that somebody can trust. A good name is better than riches. Most young people want to have great names, but they don't want to have good names. I will never exchange. Let me tell you, my first loan I got loans from 2 places to buy when we were going to have a university. And all those loans were given to me based on good name. One was Kofi Amoaben UT, because now the bank says, we will give you this money, but you need to have a certain percentage. I didn't have the percentage. So I went to Kofi Amoaben UT Bank. Said I needed this money. He said, your collateral should be 3 times the amount of money I'm giving you. What car do you use? I was using Toyota Camry at the time. He looked at the window, saw my car. He said, no, this car will not qualify for the money you are looking for. But you are Titi Ofe, isn't it? I've seen you doing training for Ghana police and all those things. I'll give you the money because you are Titi Ofe. And if you don't bring it back, I will spoil your name. And that was how the man gave me the money. You know, and I told him 6 months, but I paid it in 3 months. Paid it off in 3 months. Then the next bank that gave me the money, I met with their board. The money was big. I met with their board, did a presentation to them. After everything, they said, you know, you still don't qualify. You don't have enough money. But you are Titi Ofe. We will give you based on trust. And they gave him the money, and I paid. In fact, I have told my staff here that I'm the brand integrity of the University of Gold Coast. People actually come to University of Gold Coast because it belongs to Titi Ofe. I built my brand, and I built it around good name. My wife runs a Cambridge secondary school here. It's expensive. And this year they got a lot of students. And you know, everybody said, Titi Ofe, you read school, no? Titi Ofe, you read school, no? People would take their children from big secondary schools that existed before we were born and bring them to Temple Christian International School because Titi Ofe, you read school, no? That is all. And they don't pay me brand royalty too. Marriage is not easy. Oh. It requires a lot of sacrifice, isn't it? All this brand royalty is just going for free. Anyway, that woman has done well. She's married me for 33 years. So you know she owns 40% of the University of Gold Coast. You know why? I said it is brand equity. I said it is sweat equity. When she started to marry me, everybody was shocked, including my mother. My mother said, Kofi, me pacho asem na kachire ababa haro oti ase de. She didn't believe beautiful Olivia, 22-year-old girl, beautiful lady, and then Yofi, young pastor, 24 years. I didn't know why I even wanted to marry at 24. Do you know that we were at honeymoon before I remembered that we had no house? Then I told her, Olivia, my friend, my cousin, beyond. You back on the hall, Kakrawai. But then the hall, but 1 month, so when we married, we were living in a cousin's hall. But I wanted to sleep with my wife. I had to wait for my cousin to sleep. Then I'll go and lock him at the bedroom and keep the key and finish my husband's duties and go and open him. Can you imagine? That woman, oh, very, very courageous woman. So when God started blessing me, I said, for sweat equity, 40%. So build trust is important. And then elasticity. Bending without breaking. If you're a good dancer, no matter the rhythm, you can dance. I have danced to Adoa, I have danced to Fontom From. I've been through a lot. Here I am. Because I built my resistance level. No matter what I go through, I come back standing. Paul said, I am hard pressed, but I am not crushed. Then, publicity. Years ago, you suddenly saw a guy on TV3 Sunday morning in bow tie. You know why I chose bow tie and suit? Every pastor used to use long tie, flying tie. If I follow these people with flying tie, nobody will identify me or something. At least somebody should say, Osofuna bow tie, Osofuna bow tie. So that you see me. Because I had a unique message. I needed a unique personality to be associated with it. I also road-mapped my career. I said there were too many prophets. I could prophesy small. You know, at least I can see small. I can see whom we are small. But there were too many deep prophets. If I told the prophetic line, I would stay in a long queue. I could also pray for people to get healed. But Jansari was doing too many miracles. Lawrence Tete and Co. I said, no. I won't travel past there. But I said, only few people have the discipline of Dr. Tabel to teach what he's teaching and know systematically. I said, that road is less traveled road. Let me travel on that road. I road map my pastoral career. Because it's spirituality, even in pastoring is 90% spirituality, 10% strategy. That 10% strategy, if you don't have it, you are finished. So I decided to build a brand, cast myself into the mode of an inspirational speaker. People felt I was a motivational speaker. Cast myself in a certain mode. Appeared on TV3 and had a certain series on City TV. Within a short time, I was everywhere. People were, who is that guy, Tete Ofe? Who is he? And the way I came out, people thought I lived in the country and just surfaced from somewhere. Who is that guy, Tete Ofe? I was very intentional. What I become today didn't happen to me. I happened to it. I planned it. And I happened to it. Then I saw Albert Okran dead to me, Kofi Adesina, all of them. We occupied the motivational speaking space. And I said, this market too is getting choked. What do I do and to get out of here? Okay. Let me move away from conferences to motivational speaking into training. The training too, I didn't go to a good secondary school. All of them went to University of Ghana, and their contemporaries have become the CEOs of top companies. So they go get training from those top companies. Who was I to get training from them? I said, okay, let me look for my market niche. Let me look. I said, there are a lot of people who will need certificates in business administration, certificate in this. Let me toe that line. Today, among all the motivational speakers, I'm the only person who was able to transform a motivational organizing company into a university. And I was intentional about it. So, publicity. Professor P.K. Richardson taught me. He said visibility and relevance. Several years ago, the first time I met you, we were having a conversation, and you said visibility and relevance is the reason why I moved my church from here to the roadside. I was relevant, but visibility was difficult. So I moved to the roadside, and now the resource is there. Tomorrow, because I'm the one telling you, tomorrow come and visit me in church. Okay, and then multiplicity. Multiplicity. Creating versions of my vision. So we have Temple Christian International School, and then we have University of Gold Coast, and then I'm starting the Accra Business School is still there, and I'm starting the Accra Management School soon. And then I have the International Organization for Capacity Building. I have plenty of schools, so creating different versions for the same thing that I do. You have to learn how to multiply your vision. And then, finally, felicity. Putting smiles on many faces. You are here, you are attending this for free. You know the motivation. God has blessed me so much. I feel there are a lot of young people around. Why don't I help them? Why don't I? Do you know that I have a program called the Joshua Leadership Residency Program? Every year I enroll 100 young people under 30 who want to become pastors. I provide free accommodation, give them stipends every weekend. Everybody gets 100 Ghana cedis from me every weekend. Free tuition. Deliver lectures for them for free. At the end of the day, you are a better leader because you made other people better. Thank you very much. I'm told that I'm left with 16 minutes. I'll use that one to introduce the next topic, and then I'll be off from here. Professor P.K. Richardson and the rest will be here after me to thrill you with amazing stuff. Then you can ask questions. During the questions time, every question you have, just write it down. When I get the questions time, I will provide those for you. Okay. Now, David, because this is 21, can I go to the next one? Instead of the 21 laws I obeyed, can I discuss the 13 ways my dream built me before I was 40? 13 ways my dream built me before I was 40. Let's go to the next slide. This is my son. He's 17 now. I think this one was 14. Nanedu is studying law now in the UK. It's the reason why my wife is not with me. It's not easy. Yeah, he's a prophet, yes. I told my wife, when my wife was leaving me, I said, why didn't we only give birth to 2? Now we are now have to go. So this guy is there with my wife now. I was having a conversation with him. When he was much younger, I said, Nana, when you grow up, what do you want to become? He said, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a footballer, and I want to be a bishop. Then I started laughing. I said, Nana, can you be all these? Can you be all these? Now he's in law school. He's studying law. Now, but see, when I was questioning, Nana, can you be all these? You know what God reminded me of? That when I was a young boy in class 4 in Kumasi, my teacher asked me, Tete Ofe, when you grow up, what do you want to become? I told my teacher, I want to be a priest and a teacher. Today, I'm a priest and a teacher. Anytime I walk into a lecture hall to deliver a lecture, I remember that conversation with my teacher when I was in class 4. Anytime I go into the pulpit, I remember that conversation with my teacher. How could a young boy in Kumasi in class 4 predict his future so accurately? How was I able to predict my future so accurately? Because whatever you will become is already in you. Whatever you become is already in you. My boy says lawyer, doctor, footballer, etc., etc. Now he's in law school. At least I'm sure that 2 of them will come to pass. He has to be a pastor. All my children, even if God does not call them, I'll call them. Oh, but can't you see in the Bible, Samuel was not called by God. It was Samuel's mother who told Samuel that God used my child. Simple. People have different ways God calls them. I told my children, I've told all of them. I say, even if God does not call you, me, I'll call you. So get ready. So I don't know what will become a pastor. But how could one predict his future so accurately? I want to say something. Let's go to the next slide. So the source of dream. Let's go. And that's why, see, building a close relationship with God through his son Jesus is crucial. And Avle is here. Bernard, you remember years ago, you were interviewing me, and I told you something. I said, you are not a journalist because you chose to be a journalist. You were a journalist because God made you a journalist. You studied economics, but you are doing journalism because God placed it in the inside of him. It's amazing when you're listening to Bernard asking questions. It's amazing. The flow, the intelligence, the communication. And so my children also want to do communication naturally. But I always tell them, every one of you will be a lawyer first before you do everything. Because you need content. Then they will ask me, Daddy, why do you want to have content? We are eloquent. We talk like you. I said, Bernard Avle has content before he's a journalist. You understand? It's crucial. It's important. So look at this scripture. It changed my life. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. So God has plans for all of us. Nobody is an afterthought. God designed you, built you. When I was growing up, they used to beat me in school. I was always getting beaten from talking. Apparently, God gave me more words so that I can make more money. I make money talking. Not all my life. I'm a talkpreneur. When I was growing up, they used to say my mouth was big. It's still big, but nobody can tell me now. And my wife loves it, so I'm fine with it. And then one day, the first time I was paid $4,000 was in Nigeria. I went to speak to a bank for 30 minutes. When I finished, they gave me $4,000. When we sat in the car, I told my wife that if I knew that I was going to speak to make money, I would have widened my mouth more. Can Imagine, everything around you, God designed it for a purpose. Whether you are short, you are tall, you are big, you are fat, everything around you is for a purpose. You cannot despise yourself. But you know something? The more you know God, the more you know you. The closer you get to Him, the closer you get to Him, the more. You see, when you are far away from light, you don't see yourself. As you draw closer to the light, you start seeing yourself. No matter how nice your mirror is, you need the light to come on to be able to see yourself. And that is it. God is light. The closer you get to Him, the more you discover Him. Where I've come from and where I am today, I'm telling you, it can only take God. And you know what? My relationship with Him. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about relationship. You can be very religious and go to church and everything, and yet have no relationship with God through His Son Jesus. And it's important that I emphasize that through His Son Jesus. Jesus said, I am the way. Let's do some probability here. There are many religious leaders, you believe that? And all of them claim that they are one of the ways. And all of them also affirm that Jesus is one of the ways. But Jesus is the only one who says, I am the way. I dispute the others. I am the way. So in probability, Jesus should be your choice. Because if all the others are right and Jesus is wrong, Jesus is still right. And if all the others are wrong and Jesus is right, the others are wrong. As simple as that. I have 8 minutes to end this. Let's go. Now, Jeremiah 29. Okay, so let's leave here. Let's go. Now, so this is how dreams are formed. See, a dream is the movie theater of your mind that shows you the films of your future. All the things I've imagined, I've become. As a man thinketh, so is he. So you see, the things they occur to you, they go through your mind. They go through your mind. And it passes through your mind. And eventually, when you allow what goes through your mind to begin to influence your behavior, it is called a dream or a vision. But if what goes through your mind does not influence your behavior, it is called fantasy. So there are visionaries and fantasy chasers. So I came here with nothing. I have become everything that occupied my mind. As a man thinketh, so you see. Okay? You go to school. You study medicine for 6 years. You don't end up becoming a lawyer. Because what you allow to occupy your mind, you become. You go and study accounting for 4 years. Accounting for 4 years. You don't end up graduating as a lawyer or as a doctor. Because what you allow to occupy your mind, you will become. If you keep imagining pornography, you become a rapist. That's simple as that. Your mind, the content of your mind creates you. The content of your mind creates you. That's why you have to read the right books. Bring my books, let me show you to them. You have to read the right books, listen to the right people, and your life will change. Simplicita. Okay, let me show you. Now, I want to show you the 13 things my dream did for me. Okay, this is the Titi Affairs Poverty Exit Plan. I won't have time to teach you today how I got myself out of poverty in 7 years. Creating a dream, imagining something, and I got myself out of poverty in 7 years using the Titi Affairs. Thank you, son. Put it here. The Titi Affairs Poverty Exit Plan. But now I want to show you the 13 things my dream did for me. Okay? Having a dream and the 13 things my dream. Let's leave all these. Let's go the 13 things my dream did for me. Number 1, a true dream must be energizing. A dream is the power behind your performance. What keeps me awake when others are sleeping? And what takes me to bed late when others are sleeping? And what wakes me up early when others are sleeping? It's a dream. That is all. It's the power behind your performance. People, just before we came here, JB asked me, So how are you doing all these things? You are here. Even before, in the morning, early morning, a friend of mine called me. They just came from Jessica and you went to Togo and just landed and you are doing a conference this morning. How are you doing all these things? I am 57 and yet I feel like 30. You know why? My dream is the energy behind my performance. My dream is the energy behind my performance. It keeps me awake. Every lazy person has no dream. Yeah. Lazy. Do you know, the fathers, the charismatic fathers, Archbishop Duncan Williams, Dr. Tabel, Bishop Dag, Apostle General Kranchakra, and their contemporaries. I'm telling you, send them a WhatsApp at 2 a.m. They will respond. The guys don't sleep. They don't sleep. You're a young man, 20-something years old. You sleep 12 hours, you wake up, you eat banku, you go back to sleep again. Even as I'm sharing these life-changing principles, you are still sleeping. Oh, okay. Number two. What my dream is for me, a dream must be enjoying. The thought of your dream must bring excitement. I said, when I was living in an uncompleted building in this place, you will never see me with depression, never see me with loneliness. The condition I found myself here 25 years ago, somebody will enter into unrecoverable depression. But even though my body laid in a poor environment, my mind lived in some of the finest places on the Spintex Road. It brought excitement to me. What keeps you happy? What keeps you going is a dream. Okay, number 3, a dream must be engaging. Dreamers are busy people. They keep working on their dreams till it becomes a reality. I'm so engaged in what I do. You know, I live here. My church is just here. I am surrounded by what I do. I'm surrounded by what I do. And I absolutely enjoy it. Sometimes I can be here for 2 months and I haven't gone anywhere. If I don't have any conference, I don't have any speaking engagement anywhere, I can be here for 2 months. Just from my house to the office, work with young people. Now I do what I call social working. Social working, in my definition, is different from social working, you know. I work from my boardroom. Once I get there, if today I have to work with this group of people, if I'm working with those on the IT part, they all come to the boardroom with me and we can stay there from morning to evening working on the project. If I have to work with the program management team, they come there, we work together. I am so busy because of my dream. Any other thing that engages your time, if it's not your dream, you are wasting your time. Okay? Now the next thing, before I was 40, all these things, and Bernard used to interview me. I was usually the first person to be interviewed on City FM every year. Until he lost his first love. I was first person on their University Living series. First person to be interviewed. You know, and I was below 40. And all these things were things that built me. I'm sharing them with you. Now, your dream must be endangering. Your dream must take you away from your comfort zone. It must take you away from your comfort zone. I said I got a scholarship to study in Sweden. I had already completed a scholarship program in Germany. I got a scholarship to study in Sweden. I didn't have money, I didn't have anything. I've gotten the visas, I've gotten everything. I was waiting in a friend's house 2 weeks before my program starts in Sweden. And I was praying, the Lord says to me, everything I created have their place of abundance. The fish will multiply in sea and the trees will bear fruit on land. He said, Europe is not your place of abundance. Go back to Africa. I left that scholarship, came here, and look at me. Look at me now. Okay, number 5. Your dream must be encouraging. Your dream must be encouraging. A dream like the light at the end of the tunnel. It inspires hope. It inspires hope. It inspires hope. Number 6. A true dream must be enforcing. Your dream is the law that regulates your behavior. Law that regulates your behavior. Right from the time I was a young man amongst my friends, they will always tell you that your affair was different when we were growing up. Because I had a dream. It regulated my behavior. If you want to be president one day, you will be very careful the deals you make, because it will come back to haunt you. That is all. I knew one day I would become a pastor. I was very careful, very, very, very careful, that one day I won't be a pastor when I'm on TV. There's some girl will say, Akwawe, also. Akwawe no breaking me heart, no. Then that is the end of your life. Just one thing somebody will say about you can destroy you. So you don't need any law to regulate you. Your dream regulates you. Okay? Number 7, a true dream is enclosing. A true dream is enclosing. Your dream will take you away from some people, and some people will walk away from you. It is. Okay? Number 8, a dream must be enlisting. Whilst a dream will take you away from people and some people will walk you away from you, a dream must also have the capacity to attract people. Your dream is like a magnet. It will pull the right people towards you. It will pull the right people towards you. The number of people around me, I met with Lord Traceman this time when I went to the UK. He's my personal friend. But it's a dream that connected me to Lord Traceman, one of the biggest guys in the UK. I was with him in a 750-year-old castle. I got there with my wife, and I always tell my wife when we are getting royal treatment, I say, "One worry me and be how." Because you see the way. How many of you have seen the Bridgerton movie? The Bridgerton movie. Yeah. It was like we were cast members in the Bridgerton movie. The way we were made, the way we were ushered to our quarters. Can we take you to your quarters? The more I say, what's he say? I say, hey, right. What's he say? I say, I told her that. I say, dear prison. I say, You understand? Okay. So your dream must be enlisting, bring people around you. And then your dream must be enduring. A dream is not a flash in the pan. Dreams die hard. It survives turbulence and storms. So if you got rid of it, it wasn't a true dream. True dream will survive the storms. Will survive the storms. Number 10, a dream must be encroaching. Must be encroaching. Your true dream, your dream must have the capacity to break every barrier, clear every hurdle, move every mountain, and leap over every wall. That is real dreams. Real dreams. Real dreams must break barriers. Okay? Number 11, it must be entrepreneurial. Your dream must be entrepreneurial. Your dream must create jobs, increase incomes, and reduce poverty. And that's what I'm doing here. Not but young people work for me. A lot of people depend on us. My wife and I, we pay nearly 200 people every month. And we're excited about it. That some people can put food on the table because we chose to dream. 12. Your dream must exalt Christ Jesus. If you're a Christian, your dream must exalt Christ Jesus. So I have 3 things I do with my life. Everything I do, exalting Christ Jesus, evangelizing the lost, and edifying the saved. My faith is uncompromising. I can't compromise on my faith. A true dream of a Christian must have Christ at the center of it. That is all. That is all. And then finally, a dream must be evangelistic. Your dream must work for God. And that's why this university is for God. I got a call that there were some investors, people with some big money wants to invest. I asked the Pro-Vice Chancellor to begin a conversation with them. By beginning the conversation, I said to him that no matter how much money they have, Christ is the center of this negotiation. Tell them from the outset that this is a Christian university, and whatever you are doing, we are not going to change from there. Because this university must work for God. Friends, I've shared. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful. And I want to pray for you before I leave. Chairman, can you start arranging the seats on the 5 minutes? Okay. Now, I want to pray for you. But the prayer I want to pray for you is a different prayer. About 40 years ago, I prayed a prayer. It was less than 1 minute, but that prayer changed my life. A young pastor preached and mentioned that it's appointed unto man once to die, and after that, judgment. And he said that if you fall and you die now, your soul will appear before God, and God will judge you for everything. And you have only 2 places beyond here. There's life after death, and there are only 2 places available, hell or heaven. You have to make a choice. I said, I want to make a choice. I want to go to heaven. I don't want to go to hell. I said, the way to heaven is Christ Jesus. And all you have to do is to ask him to forgive your sins and invite him into your heart and ask him to be your Lord and Savior. I said, why not? It doesn't cost me anything. He pays me everything. So I raised my hands and prayed that prayer. It was less than 1 minute. It changed my life. From a young man who came from Kumasi, I'm a Piapim, came from Kumasi to live in Adabraka. I was a Gono on the streets, didn't know what would become of my destiny. I just accepted the Lord Jesus and everything changed. That can happen to you now. It can happen to you now. Start a relationship with the Lord Jesus today. And it can happen to you now. So if you want to pray that prayer with me, just close your eyes and raise your hands and pray with me. Those at the top, do you hear me? And pray with me. Say, dear Lord Jesus, I believe that you died for my sins and you resurrected for my salvation. I come before you today and I ask you to forgive me my sins. I invite you into my heart, and today I ask you, be my Lord and my Savior. In your name I have prayed. Amen. The Lord bless you. The hand of the Lord be upon you. The eyes of the Lord look upon you. In Jesus' name. Amen. Now please take your seat. You pray this prayer. You are absolutely born again. You are a child of God. And listen, find a Bible-believing church to attend. Our church is just on the next street here, the Pleasant Place Church. I want to invite you to join me tomorrow in church. If you can, find a very good church to attend. Grow spiritually. God will help you. No matter where you are, God will help you. Now, I have a few books available out there. This is How to Become a Visionary. It comes with a workbook. I think the total is 100 CDs. This is the 21 most. No, bring it up whilst I'm talking. Come and set it up. And then, because the water was falling on this, we put off the AC. So put on the AC. It's getting hot up here. Now, this is the 21 most important questions highly successful people ask themselves. Questions 1 to 7. A good book for 100 CDs. This is Leadership is Much More Than Leadership. 100 CDs. This is the Common Sense Principles, Little Ideas for Outstanding Performance. And my latest book, The Mind in Charge. The Mind in Charge. 7 key factors shaping high performance thinking. If you want to be a high performance thinker, this book is for you. It's for 250 CDs. 200 CDs out there. Get a Titi or Fair library. It will change your life. So move those chairs. Influence and and innovation led by Bernard Avler is going to be a major platform for the next level of information in leadership. So please hang around. Now let me invite Chairman SCM to take over.
Thank you very much, Bishop. We can do it better for Bishop. We can do it better.
Hey, Charlie.
We can do it better. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. God bless you. My chairman.
Amazing.
God bless you, sir.
So in the next 5 minutes, we'll have Bernard come up stage. You've heard a lot. You've heard a lot of principles shared. We won't give each other 5 minutes. We're not going out. Just 5 minutes here. Turn to a friend. Just discuss one topic. Something that was striking for you. Something that you feel this is a standout for you. Just 3 minutes, 5 minutes, will come back. So please turn to a colleague. Get a contact of a colleague sitting next to you. And then discuss. Share what you understood by some of the principles shared by Dr. Bishop Titi Ofe. 5 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. Music, if you can get some music.
Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, my lords, spiritual, temporal, distinguished academics, esteemed guests, family, and friends. I believe that great nations are built by great leaders. Great leaders are built by great schools. So I set out to build a great school with a borrowed 500 Ghana cedis in 2004. A school that builds leaders who will in turn build great nations. A university where faith and scholarship work together. A university rooted in Christ. My father was a minister of the Methodist Church. He died when he was 75. And when he was very old, I walked him every night from our place in Adabraka to his place. We used to have a lot of conversations. When I told him I wanted to be a pastor, he said to me, Kofi, pastors do three things. They build churches, they build schools, and they build hospitals. I hear a lot of people say, oh, Bishop Titi Ofe is a bivocational pastor. He runs a school and runs a church. No, school is not a business for me. School is part of my ministry. In the next 36 months, we are converting the Spintex Road into a university community. As I speak to you now, we have begun the construction of the Republic Square, a twin tower of 12 floors each. We believe Ghana needs a university that produces leaders who will create jobs, increase incomes, and reduce poverty. So this is not just a school. It is a sacred site for shaping nations. I have been many things: cleaning the church, playing gutter to gutter at Adabraka, being a youth pastor, being a preacher, being a mentor. But more than anything, I am a builder of leaders. That is my call. That is my mission. That is my assignment. I have sat with presidents, worked with pastors, and partnered with professionals, not for status, but for significance. Today, as Chancellor, I accept heaven's mandate to raise leaders, not just for Ghana, but for Africa and the nations of the world. This university is not a campus. It is a prophecy with curriculum. When I was in secondary school, Form 4, I actually left secondary school when I was in Form 4 because of issues with school fees. But whilst I was in secondary school, my nickname was Chancellor. So this is prophecy in fulfillment. We do not exist to fill lecture halls. We exist to fill leadership gaps. We do not raise graduates. We raise leaders. We do not simply give degrees. We release destinies. Africa's greatest crisis is not money. It is leadership. Not the absence of ideas, but the absence of integrity and opportunity for young people. Proverbs 8 verse 15 says, by me kings reign and rulers make just laws. So at this university, we will build conscience, not just competence. We will teach governance, but model godliness. We will produce wisdom, not just degrees. And here, allow me to open the scriptures with a warning for this generation. In Judges 9, from the verse 7 to 15, the trees of the forest went out to choose a king. They said to the olive tree, be our king. The olive tree said, should I stop giving my oil? And therefore declined. They turned to the fig tree. The fig tree said, should I stop my sweetness? And therefore declined. They turned to the vine. The vine said, should I give up my wine? And therefore declined. And finally, they turned to the thorn bush, the most unqualified.
It's one of Ghana's finest broadcasters. We have what we call command your morning spiritually, but in the corporate world or politically, I say the command your morning belongs to one man. Every morning he holds still Ghana. His voice is not just a voice you hear, but it's a voice of inspiration and shaping the nation. I don't call him a critic. I call him a seer. Someone who always wants to speak the truth. And I know, friends, anytime we meet and his name comes up, integrity is one thing people don't, move away from. Bernard is equal to integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ghana's finest broadcaster here, Bernard Koku Avle. Thank you very much, my boss. Thank you, Senior.
Oh, come on, put your hands together for Chairman. It is such a joy to be here. Good morning, all of you. It's afternoon. I look at Bishop and what he's doing, and I'm fascinated that such great excellence can come out of such a simple man. Let's put our hands together for Bishop Titi Ofe. I'd like to say thank you to you for staying through. I believe you've been blessed by the session so far. I want to acknowledge my good friends, Maximus and Metogo, who set us off. Let's put our hands together for Maximus. My first ever appearance on a radio station was by Maximus. Yeah, first ever. When he was part of a radio show called Open Air Theater, and he was producing radio dramas, and I was acting for him. So Sunday after church, I'll go and act in 1100, first semester, for him on radio. Little did I know God was showing me my future through Maximus. God bless you. Yeah. Also want to acknowledge Albert Kusi. Albert is one of the people who has gotten me to speak at the most places. I followed him to Cape Coast, to Kumasi, to Winneba, all over. And it's good to see Albert again. Albert, great to have you. And there's a gentleman who I've worked with who's been very, very great in speaking at many programs. A lot of you don't know that Jeremiah will take over the future of Ghana. Jeremiah Boabing. Let's put hands together for Jeremiah. Wonderful. So you can see the structure of the program. These are the people who set the tone for the future. And then Bishop sort of merges the two. What we're going to do is to have what I consider the most important thing. Mike Murdoch said the most important thing in life is a conversation with yourself, a conversation with your God, and a conversation with others. So for him, great things happen when conversations are meaningful. He also says the most important part of a conversation is the question, because reason may answer questions, but it takes imagination to ask them. So I specialize in asking sensible questions to bring out the best in people. Amen. The Bible says, counsel in a man is like deep waters, and a man of understanding draws it out. So one of the things God helps me to do is to use questions to draw out insight and counsel from great people. But what makes a conversation great is not just one host and three panelists. It's a whole room of people. So today we have an hour. I'm going to just have 40 minutes with the panel, and I'm going to open the floor for 20 minutes for the rest of us to engage in this very essential intergenerational conversation. It's very clear that the future belongs to Africa. It's also very clear that the future belongs to the young. But we will not get there by accident or by default. We must take deliberate action to seize the future that belongs to us. Part of the deliberate action is to have the right kind of conversation, not just about the hardware of development, roads, bridges, hospitals, schools, but the software of development, integrity, insight, innovation, influence. So today we are here to tease out the key issues that will determine Africa's ability not just to compete but to lead. And you've been chosen to be here because you've already shown one of these three in your field. You are a leader as a business owner. You are an entrepreneur who's innovative. And you have integrity. That's why you've joined us here. So I want you to put your hands together for yourselves as I welcome the panel. As God will have it, we plan to have 4 panelists, but we have only 3. But we also have 3 sub-themes. And so what I'm going to do is to bring up each of the 3 and allocate one topic to them. We are just from the era of one village, one dam, one district, one factory. So one panel member, one topic. First and foremost, I'd like to bring up Richard Ahinkra, who is a friend of mine, a leadership and management lecturer. Let's put hands together for Richard. It's a long walk to freedom. Please put hands together for him as he comes to sit. Richard, it's good to see you. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
This way. When I was young and they give me a profile, I'll read the whole thing. But it's not necessary. He will tell us what he does and we'll move from there. I also like to bring up a man whose name signifies what he does. Stephen Chairman Essien. Put your hands together for Stephen. An amazing, he looks like a chairman. It's good to see you. And of course, there's a man whose work speaks for itself. A man whose leadership is not just noted in Africa but across the world. Let's welcome Professor P.K. Richardson. Prof, where will you sit? I don't like the way they put me in the middle. You should be in the middle. Now, what we're going to do is, we have 40 minutes, and we're going to plow through 3 critical areas. Don't forget my preamble. There are 2 preambles. The most important thing in life is a conversation. And the most important part of the conversation is the question. That's the first preamble. The second preamble is that the future belongs to Africa. It belongs to those who are under 40. But to own that future, we must not just focus on the hardware of development, but the software. Because the software is what creates the pathway for the hardware to be built. So we are putting up a building, and that building has 4 legs. The first leg is called information. The second leg is called innovation. The third leg is called integrity. And the fourth leg is called influence. Now, information is what we're sharing here, so I would not focus on it for today's discussion. But what I'd like to do first is to hear from the people who are here. Who are you and what do you do? Because people want to know who you are before they want to know what you've done. So let me start with Richard. In a few minutes, tell us a bit about your journey in leadership and influence and what you do now. Let's put hands together for Richard as he tells us who he is.
All right. To start with, I'd like to thank everyone for making it here. I think it's been an amazing, gathering so far. A big thanks to Bishop, because it takes an inspiring person to see through how to bring, a number of people from all walks of life, especially in the area of leadership, to come and share knowledge. So a big thanks to Bishop and to the school. Thank you all for making it here. My name is Richard. Actually, I've had a long journey coming. I arrived from London this morning, and I just have to be here.
Wow.
Be here. So I was teaching, finished in the evening, had meetings, jumped on the flight, got here in the morning. But I think if you listen to the stories of all the speakers, you just have to, when it has to be done, you must do it without excuses. So first of all, I'll start from there. I have been, inspired by so many people growing up. But currently, I'm a lecturer in leadership and management at the Regent College, London. I teach leadership and management. But the fact is that I have not really looked at it from the theory perspective, because my life itself is a reference of leadership. I started my career in banking, where I developed all the way to, I think that is where I met Mr. Avle along the line. I had been a branch manager. Those days, Amalgamated Bank. I became head of human resources. I became head of region. I joined Beige as chief business officer. I became a deputy managing director of First Trust, and I became managing director of All Time. My last time in the banking industry, I was the director of strategy and growth in UMB. Having this background, I don't have much to share than to go back to the classroom and give back knowledge from the practical perspective.
Wonderful.
So actually, I had my education back in the UK. I came to Ghana 2008. Family has always been there. So after I got to that pinnacle, I went back to join family, and I'm currently a doctorand. I'm studying for my DBA.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you are both a practitioner of leadership and a professor of leadership, not in the sense of academic. You practice leadership in your work, and now you teach it, correct?
Correct. And that is what makes it exciting for me, because I'm a fine blend of academia and industry. So when I speak with authority. I think I have 2 books already on Amazon, trying to get them back here, but it's a contract thing with my publishers back in the UK. So when I am able to clear that, those books will be available in Ghana. But I think my first book, Bernard, thank you so much. 7 years ago, you were there, you came there to actually help me to launch the book. Thank you for that as well.
Wonderful. So you can see very easily that there's a measure of practice. It's called praxis. He professes, but he also practices and teaches. Stephen, you also have an interesting background, both telcos and banking. Tell us a bit about your journey in leadership.
Thank you, Bernard. One of the key things Bishop said is that you get to a point, you need to inspire people. And I believe in speaking to people and encouraging people. So just back to what he said, I have done more of practical work, yearning to go back to the classroom. So also fighting to get my DBL, doctoral in business leadership, by end of this year. So I felt that you need to go back to the school to learn leadership. I've been working for about 27 years. Out of that, 20 years has been in leadership. I got into leadership at a very young age, and I've led big teams. I mean, anybody who knows the call center, at a point, I was leading a team of about 1,500. I've been in Vodafone. In Tigo, I was a chief business officer. I've been an MD of a solar company. I left Ghana, spent 6 years to 7 years in Kenya, played about 4 roles. I got a point, I was leading an organization in 13 countries, and then finally decided to come back home. Coming back home, I just went back into the banking industry, leading a consumer team in the banking industry. So mine has been very practical for me, hands-on. I was exposed to leadership at a very young age. I didn't know, so mine was, those days, it's cafe. So I constantly be at the cafe to read and understand what is leadership. And that's what caught my interest, and I hold a master's certificate in leadership training from IPPAD from the UK. I'm also a fully executive leadership coach from ICF. I realize leadership is the way to go if you want to change the nation, leadership. So I've spent a bit of money to learn and practically on the ground.
Wonderful. Put your hands together for him. Now, I'd like to turn to Prof. So I can say you are the global leader on this platform, because your work rings from New York to Shanghai, from Johannesburg to wherever. Just put it in context for us in a couple of minutes, your journey, because it will take the whole day if we wanted to really go into it. So summarize your journey, where you were born, and how you became this global leadership expert that everybody wants you to speak to them. Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. And gone past midday, so good afternoon. It's been a wonderful day today, and we thank Bishop for putting everything together. As all of you know, I'm the chairman of the Governing Council of the university, so I've got my work cut out for me. And Bernard and I have known each other for 20 years plus. I've been interviewed with him, and wonderful time on City FM. I started as an electrical engineer, and I worked in the broadcasting industry in Ghana and also with the BBC in the UK. Eventually, I decided to go into management, and I taught for a few months, and I realized that teaching was my bit. And as Bishop said, one of the most important determinants of success in life is to be able to discover what you were made for, to be able to discover what makes you tick, because you can actually be in the wrong place. And if you can discover what God made you for, then you can actually achieve success in it. I discovered that I was born a teacher. I wasn't a practical engineer. Even though I did well, I went into engineering because I was good in doing the sums and physics and so on. But I discovered that I wasn't a very good engineer, and I was actually a good teacher. So I went into teaching. The question is, why not in engineering? Somehow, it happened that I met a Harvard professor. He was a finance minister in Ottawa, Canada. I had lunch with him, and he said, come into management. And then he convinced me to try it, and I found that that was it. So I did a PhD in Manchester, and as soon as I finished, I was appointed lecturer, and I taught there for 22 years. I was also professor in the United States for 2 years, and I've been a fellow of an institute in the University of Berlin, Humboldt University in Berlin, Germany, for many years. So I teach all sorts of subjects. I teach economics, I teach organizational behavior. In fact, I teach all MBA subjects apart from finance. Why not finance? Because I don't like it. I love money, but I don't like teaching finance. But the good thing is, Manchester Business School gives us the opportunity to teach around the world. We have a very big MBA program, so we go around to teach. And to date, I've taught in more than 30 countries around the world. I'm all over the place. I train managers, I train MBAs all over. Talk about Jamaica, talk about Barbados, talk about Shanghai, talk about Singapore, talk about Shanghai. I've been to India 50 times. I have trained Indian Railways managers for more than 10 years, and that training led to Indian Railways becoming profitable. We had a project to teach and train Indian Railways managers. Over a 10-year period, I was project director, and at the end of 10 years, this big employer, Indian Railways, is the biggest employer in the world. It employs 1.7 million people, and it was always supported by government. After our training over 10 years, Indian Railways is actually profitable. Now, so I've taught on more than 4 continents around the world. I go around, and the last 15 years, my wife says to me, why are you always going around the world? I said, that's the way God made me. I was not made to sit in one place. And the last 15 years, I've never stayed in one place for more than 3 months. Can you imagine? I've never stayed in one place for more than 3 months. I'm always all over the place, because that's the way I was made to actually impart knowledge. So being part of this university is a dream come true. I've taught in Gimpa, University of Ghana, Legon. I've taught all over the world, and I continue to do it. And I have privilege of meeting different people, meeting different categories of professionals all over the world. And it's been a privilege working with Bernard for many, many, many years, and also with Bishop.
Wonderful.
Starting more than 20 years ago. So that's the story of my life. I continue to do things. The Lord has been very merciful to me, and I'm still powering ahead. 1 week ago, I turned 74, and I'm still going ahead, and I'm still carrying on. So thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So this is the Executives Under 40 Conclave, EU40, under the auspices of the Leaders for the Nations, University of Gold Coast. And we're building a structure with 4 foundations, information being the first. I want to start with innovation, because when I see Bishop Titi Ofe, I see innovation. When I see University of Gold Coast, I see innovation. Brian Tracy said innovation is the competitive differentiator across markets. Innovation is the competitive differentiator across markets. Prof, you've studied thousands of companies. What is innovation, and how critical is it for us on this continent if we are to overtake those who've gone ahead of us?
Thank you very much, Bernard. it doesn't matter how good anything is, eventually become obsolete. The world is changing. So even if you've got a wonderful product, wonderful process, there will come a time when it's become obsolete. And in order to remain relevant in the world, you need to be making new things all the time. Good things become obsolete. You have to move on and do new things. I can illustrate this with a company you all know, IBM. IBM was the company that invented the mainframe computer. And for years, it was the best in the world. In fact, in 1984, IBM was the darling of Wall Street. IBM had more PhDs per square foot than any company in the world. It was the number one. Mainframes. But eventually, technology moved to PCs. And what nearly killed IBM was that IBM continued to make the mainframes, even though the technology and the customer demand and customer interest was moving to PCs. And by the time IBM realized that, customers were moving away, it was too late. So in 1992, for the first time in its 80-year history, IBM lost $3 billion and IBM actually failed. And somebody else from outside IBM was brought in, Lou Gerstner, to turn IBM round. So innovation is actually something that everybody, every organization, every country must do, because there will come a time when whatever you do in however good will be obsolete. Let us take Nokia, for example. Everybody thinks that Nokia has always been a mobile phone company. No, Nokia was a conglomerate making car tires, paper, pulp, and chemicals, and a small electronics division. Nokia has not always been a mobile phone company. In 1992, a new CEO was appointed, John Molila. And when he got in, he looked at Nokia and said, look, the world is changing very fast. We cannot continue to have this conglomerate of so many parts. Mobile telephony was in its infancy at that time. But this guy was remarkably clairvoyant. He was able to look into the future and say, the world of this mobile phone, which at that time was a status symbol, very expensive, is going to be the next thing of the world. He was able to look into the future and say, that is the way I'm going to go. He sold all the divisions of Nokia, put every penny into the small electronic division, and built the biggest mobile phone company in the world within 10 years. That is how innovation comes about. Innovation is simply looking around and saying, the good things are now not very good, they are not good enough, we need to go forward. And as a university, we are looking forward to what are the new things for the future that we need to do. We're doing great things today, fine. But the world is changing, and there will come a time when what we're doing today will not be good enough. What are the things we need to do? What are the things we need to think about? What is the future? How can we be clairvoyant in what is going to happen? Like John Molila of Nokia did. He could look into the future and say, this expensive status symbol is going to be the thing of the next 100 years. And he was right. Build the biggest mobile phone company in the world. And even Nokia is struggling today because Nokia didn't see the smartphone coming up. Even though it was very successful. And that is why it's very dangerous to be successful. Because business success and company success and national success is never permanent.
All right.
Nothing is permanent. So you have to be changing all the time and looking ahead. And Nokia, even though it was a darling, didn't see smartphone coming, and Nokia is struggling. So we need to be innovative. We need to be looking ahead and doing new things and bringing up new things all the time to remain relevant.
Quick follow-up on innovation. Generally, we are told that the best innovations are products of necessity. So the military-industrial complex has produced many things because in wartime, you are forced to innovate. How come for us on this continent, with all the problems we have, why aren't we the world's leaders in innovation? Because we have more problems than the rest of the world. So that should translate into more innovation. But it doesn't appear to be the case.
I think basically we are not thinking. Because we are always playing catch-up. We are not thinking. We are always playing catch-up. Others have done it, they recopy. What we should be doing is, okay, it's easy to see what is going on around the world. It's easy to copy. But based on the knowledge that is available, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The knowledge is already in the world. Go to the internet. Everything is there. How can we leverage that to actually develop new things for the future. Look at India. Using IT, they become a powerhouse. IT didn't start in India. They only took it and advanced it. So what is available? How are we going to actually leverage that in order to create new things for our people, for our continent? We can leverage knowledge easily, but we are not thinking right. We only satisfy with the little we get and catching up. We need leaders who will be looking to the future and say, what is it that we need to do the next 10, 15 years? Our universities, we've been doing the same subject over many, many years. What are the new things that we need to do? So it comes from the thought process, Bernard. We should start thinking 10, 15, 20 years ahead. And that thinking will lead us to success. Because if you don't look, you don't see. If you remember Kojo Kwachi of Soft Art fame, he said, if you don't look, you don't see. You need to be looking, and then once you look, you will see, and then you actually have a dream, set up something, a vision that you can follow.
Wonderful. Let's put hands together for Prof. Since innovation is his main area, I'll give each of you a minute or two to talk about innovation. How do you get your team? Because I know when you were working in the financial sector, you were very innovative. How did you get your team to have an innovation mindset? Any reflections on that issue?
Right. Before I answer the question, I just want to quickly touch on one thing that Prof said. You know, he said, because we are not thinking. Others also say, because we are not thinking right. But the foundation of thinking is sometimes embedded in the way we learn, not just teaching. JB said something. I don't want to be quick to compare how teaching is done elsewhere to here, because I teach also at the University of Gold Coast, and also a governing council member where Prof is our chairman. I think that it's about time, beyond just teaching modules, we should also be looking at the employability aspect. That is what is being done. So within the employability aspect, people give more energy, excitement, and if you like, they are more happy to go to the workplace to solve problems. Because at that point, you are not looking at what you are taking in. You are taking at what are you bringing out to solve the problems. Okay, so I think I'll leave that. Let me now answer you.
Anything else?
Well, perfectly well. It boils down to thinking, and I think it's leadership. And I can boldly confirm this, that I was the first person to introduce 7 customers on WhatsApp in Ghana way back in 2011. It's basically asking questions of my team, from my team, and say, look, these are customers who are engaging us via voice. We have 120 people at the call center. We have abandonment rate of 60%. Where can we meet them? WhatsApp was coming. I said, why don't you create a number? Let them send a WhatsApp, and then we get in touch with them. I said, let's create SMS short code. Let them text us that they want to talk to us and book an appointment, and we'll call them back. That's innovation. So I think picking it from corporate angle, outside in approach, looking at what is supposed to be done. It's not what we sit in the boardroom and agree and put it out there. Just look at the dual MBA that Bishop mentioned. It is not because he wants to do it, because people need it. So you think from the outside, you look into the future, stop 1 minute and think. I have a session with my teams where every Tuesday we come with innovation. It's just one liner. Look at the processes we have. How best can we change it? My new organization, I'm 3 months there, but I have about 15 things I want to change already. Because constantly we are asking, how do we innovate? We have an app, it's doing amazingly well. Okay, everybody log in. What do you think we can change? Oh, the date of birth is very tight. You need to, why can't we press this? Then we make a case. We draw a concept paper for them to, change it. So innovation is not about any, mega thing, as you said, in only the financial industry. But anything around that we think, when we bring it, it will help our customers, our families, everything, make life easy. That's what it should be like.
Okay. So to answer the question, how do we do some of these things? One, brainstorming sessions. And brainstorming is just saying that A has an idea B doesn't have. Or A has the idea, B says it differently. So put them in a team and then let them come out with a solution. Also, when I used to be a managing director, CEO, I don't use meetings to solve problems because it takes time. So when the question comes up or the problem comes up, I just put 1, 2, 3, 4. I need answer for it next week or next 2 weeks. I give them time. They come up with an idea. Anytime we have monthly performance meetings or monthly performance reviews, what I do is that at the last hour, I leave them for like 30 minutes. I'll go and have my coffee. I say, guys, I put something on the screen. What is new? Because nothing should be stable over time. That is how the external environment influences the internal. So why don't you always look at how to fix the problem, but looking at what is happening, and then you become ahead of the problem. Bishop said something. It is always beautiful when you're a leader and then you are there before the problem arrives. Oh, beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Wonderful.
And yes, and that is what innovation seeks to do. And so you heard one of the speakers saying that, what did Nokia do wrong? They didn't do anything wrong. They just decided not to do anything. And that is what they did wrong.
Wonderful.
And so in thinking about it, it's all about expecting that your teams have ideas. Give them room, let them think. It's nothing so big, so new. But when you allow the team to think, they'll think for the institution, and the institution can make progress from there.
Let's put hands together for the panel. This is Executives Under 40 Conclave EU40 happening here at the University of the Gold Coast. We are leaders for the nations, and we're having a panel on the future is now. My guests are speaking about 3 key pillars to own the future. We've dealt with innovation. I like to summarize the 4 power words I've learned from this round. Innovation is based on the way you see. That's the first word. Number 2, how you think. Number 3, how you learn. And eventually what you do. So those are the 4 things I took. So it starts with what you see, and then how you think, how you learn, and what you do. Let's come to influence. John Maxwell was asked the question, what is leadership? He says leadership is influence. So we can't talk about influence if we don't talk about leadership. Now, you are a leadership coach. What is influence, and how critical is it for us to understand it if this continent's under 40s are to take the future?
Well, influence comes in many roles. One of the key things I keep telling myself is that, one, if I have the title of a head, I have influence. But is it enough for me to lead a team? Influence comes from me knowing exactly what I'm supposed to do. Influence comes from me having the confidence to lead the team. The influence comes from me also building the team behind me. So these are the 3 blocks for me where the leadership or the title.
Can you repeat the 3?
Influenship is about me knowing exactly what I'm doing, understanding what I'm doing, and able to lead the team or create leaders behind me. That's influence. Influence, we say people are influential, but I keep asking myself, what substance do they have when it comes to that position? So if you're in the office, it might not be the title, which is 1 out of the 4 legs that I mentioned. But there are few people, when they call people in the boardroom, he might be a genius stuff, but they call the person into the boardroom to speak on a subject matter because he knows exactly what we are discussing. There are few people who will be called for execution because they know how to do it. There are few people who will be called to lead because when it comes, I'll give a typical example. We were supposed to do a big change management which will affect people, salaries, and everything. The HR said, Stephen, before we implement this, let's talk to this guy because he had the power to lead people. He had the influence. So we called him into the office and discussed with him. He taught us how to break the comms. He says, Monday morning, when we have our head, don't raise it. People are coming back from home with issues. Wednesday, when it's relaxed, let's give us some breakfast and let's talk about the change. And surprisingly, it was amazing. So having an influence or being influential to me is making sure that you have substance, something you can hold on. And it shouldn't be too broad. I mean, personally, I said, I don't want to talk about so many things. I love football. I don't talk about football on social media. I love so many things I don't talk about.
So build influence in specific areas of your strength.
Exactly.
Don't spread yourself too thin.
You'll be too thin. So that you'll be able to hold stuff. If we talk about customer experience, business development, mentorship in Ghana, at least my name will
So
come
you
up.
know your big 3.
Exactly.
Where
So
you are influential.
Exactly. Then you hold on to it and then make sure that you grow in those areas.
How critical is it, Prof, to specialize in your areas of influence. Of course, you are a polymath. You know many things. You are not a normal human being. So we can't use you in that sense. But for the rest of us mere mortals, how critical is it to specialize in our area of influence?
The reason why Maxwell is talking about influence is that the basic definition of leadership is based on this word influence. Leadership, by definition, is a process by which an individual, okay, you may call that person a leader, is able to influence a group of people, call them subordinates, call them followers, call them workers, in order to work together and achieve some good common objective. Influence. It doesn't say coerce or force. Because you see, when you force people to do things, they don't give up their best. I've gone to companies to do research and talk to people and find out what they're doing, and I say to Amma, why do you do this every day? And he says, my boss says so. My boss says I should do it. Then I say, but how about you? Do you know why you are doing it? Do you understand why the boss says you do that? Say, no, I don't understand. The boss said I should do it, so I'm doing it. When people are doing things that they don't understand, they can't relate to, they don't give up their best. They do it because they've been ordered. Leadership is about influence. In other words, you as a leader, you see the wonderful vision. You want to set up UGC. But not everybody see what you see. Don't assume that your subordinates are as smart or as clever as you are. But you can never achieve that vision without them. You can't build an university by yourself. You need people. So this wonderful vision, you need to influence people. You need to communicate it to them in such a way that they can also see it. So that they say, yes, you can count me in. I can see this is a wonderful thing.
Wonderful.
That's influencing. If you cannot influence people, cannot get them to buy into it, then you never achieve what you are doing. That's why this influence is very, very important. And there are many ways of influencing people. The basic one is communication. Because you have the vision in your head, you've got to get people to see, to understand what you want them to do and what you want to achieve. And the starting point is communication. So we have to find a way of communicating so clearly that they can also get on board. So that influencing is very, very important. And there are many ways of doing it. And we teach people, those upcoming leaders, how to influence subordinates so that they can get the buy-in they need to be able to deliver.
Wonderful. One of the questions leaders like this ask me when I meet them, they run their own companies, they employ people. How do I get the people I work with to buy into what I'm doing? These guys work very hard. They're very visionary. But a lot of times their team members are slow, they don't see the big picture, they don't give up their best. So a lot of these guys, they would like to hear from you. How do I get my team? I mean, you see how Bishop's people are working. They are all energized. They all want to do the job. How do you get your people to push just like you as the leader? Richard.
Okay. So I have 2 books there. One of my books, Are You a Good Leader? I addressed it so nicely. One of the things that leaders must have is to have a compelling vision.
Compelling vision.
Compelling. I think in the Greek they call it anakazo or something. A compelling vision. A vision that is so strong that people can just follow. Not because they have to, but because they want to. Now, how do you achieve this? It's like, I'm giving an example. It's like telling your daughter, I'm going to build a very beautiful house, and then I have 5 rooms, and you will be in the one, in the yellow room, and the blue and the green. Which one do you want? Say, I want the yellow room. I'll put my flower there. I will see outside. She's already living in the vision because it's compelling. In the same way, you can communicate to your team that, guys, at the end of the year, I want us to achieve a profit of $1.2 million. The very moment to say that, people start planning. What will be my percentage? Oh, your bonus will be 2%. They calculate it. They are not there yet, but they are in it because they have seen it. Because, not because they have to, but they want to. Now, number 2, another way of communicating some of these vision is to build the team with trust. Now, people say, oh, teamwork is a group of people working together. No. Teamwork is a group of people trusting each other. When people trust what you are saying, the vision is compelling enough. They are always ready and willing to walk with you. Even if it's just a talk, they will walk the talk with you.
I like this. Let's put hands together for him. So, because you are busy people, I always want to give you 4 things to take home from the round. So, in the round on influence, you need to build knowledge and competence. It's very critical. You need to be a good communicator. That's second. Number 3, you need a compelling vision. And number 4, you need to build a team with trust. So, if you're thinking of 4, the big 4 under the influence rubric: knowledge and competence, communication, compelling vision, and trust. Let's come to the final I. Somebody says, integrity is the most important ingredient in leadership. If you take palm nut out of palm nut soup, what is left is light soup. If you take integrity out of leadership, what is left is something else. Is integrity as crucial in leadership as this writer is making it seem?
It's very crucial, and I'll relate back to some experience I've had before.
All right.
7 years ago, I was in a management training program in Harvard, Boston, Massachusetts. I was lucky to have, I think, Prof will understand in academia when he said one of our own, Kaplan, Robert Samuel Kaplan, teaching us about how to manage millennials. That was 7 years ago. And I remember when we were about to finish, he said, we are talking now about how difficult it is to manage millennials. There is a generation coming. And now we are in Gen Z. Beyond that, there's going to be another generation, which we know is Gen Alpha. One of the things that have come up now in Gen Z management, in terms of leadership, is integrity. If you take integrity out, you cannot manage the average employee within these ages now. So why is it important? It's important because you need to demonstrate. I mean, let me give a definition to it. Integrity is the constant demonstration of honesty. Constant. It's not like just being honest. Constant demonstration of honesty by exhibiting a character led by morality. Is moral-based form of leadership, and that drives into ethical leadership as well. I don't want to extend it much because Norman Schwarzkopf said that if he has to define leadership, he will say leadership is a potent combination of strategy and character. But if he has to choose one, he will take character. Within the character is the integrity.
Can you repeat that definition? Norman Schwarzkopf.
Norman Schwarzkopf. He's saying that if he has to define leadership, it's the potent combination of strategy and character. And if he has to choose one, he will choose character. And within the conversation of character, for me, is integrity.
Wow, amazing, amazing.
Bernard,
yes.
I will even go further to say that integrity, which has got honesty in it, is the lifeblood of leadership.
Okay.
Now, if you ask yourself this question, why do I put my money in the bank? The reason why, maybe you haven't thought about it, ladies and gentlemen, but the reason why, main reason why you put your money in the bank is that you trust the bank manager will look after your money for you. Isn't it? Because if you know that the money goes in, the bank manager will run away with the money, you not put your money there. So banking is based on trust. If you trust the bank, you trust the manager. Leadership is like that. If you are going to influence people to follow you to the end of the world, they have to trust you.
Exactly.
They have to believe in you. They have to know that your word can be trusted. When you say we go in this direction, they can believe that you are taking them on a good journey. So they believe you because they know you are a person of honesty, a person of integrity. If they know that you are a crook, they will not follow.
I know.
Even if they are going to follow, they are going to follow because of their salary, but they will do very little because they know this guy, all that he's saying, we can't trust him, he's a crook. In other words, the whole process of leadership, if it's going to work, is based on this word, integrity.
Wow. Let's talk about some of the practical challenges leaders like this will face on the issue of integrity. I'm told the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes to maintain integrity. Talk to them about some of the things they will have to deal with in their leadership journey insofar as integrity is concerned.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I was going to use the word practical in my submission. I want to bring it home. You get to a point in life, we don't employ skills. And I was very happy Bishop Ben said that he employs potential. So at some level, we are trained to employ attitude over talent, integrity over skill. If you want to be an MD of an organization, if you want to be a C-suite, in the C-suite of an organization, it's about integrity. You sit somewhere where you are signing checks, you are approving $1 million projects, budgets. It's integrity, it's not a skill. Anybody can do it. At some level, you have the team behind you. I have about 12 people in my team. So everybody will do something. My job is to lead, and integrity must stand out. So if you want to be a leader, if you want to go into leadership, integrity is key. And I'll use this personal example. I've worked for 27 years, but 19 years of that transitions that I've gone different organizations. I never applied for any organization. I never applied. It's just based on word of mouth and see this guy can do this. I know he can lead your team and he will not let you down. It is based on integrity. You understand? So if you want to be at the pinnacle of leadership, you don't joke with integrity. Because referrals, these days, modern day, nobody will get you in an organization without checking your background, without asking somebody about your past. I sit and I get calls from people who I worked with 20 years ago. They say, how was he? How was this guy? We're going to expose him to this. He's going to be in charge of marketing budget. Can we trust him with that? So practically, no HR will employ you based on your skill over integrity. No HR will employ you or give you a role because you are talented and you don't have right attitude for work environment. We all put in our CVs that we are team players. We don't need team players again. We don't need team players again. All that we need is the right attitude, the right mindset, the right mentality for growth. People we can depend on. So integrity is something.
Let me ask one final question of Prof. Integrity is very nice, sounds very sexy. But in a place where it's not the norm, it can become a problem.
Yeah.
Because if there's an ecosystem that is fed on corruption, the one who wants to be the man of integrity becomes the odd one out. So what can you say? Should people try to be heroes in this space where everybody's taking a bribe, everybody is slowing down and greasing palms, and you say you're not going to do that? Your business is going to suffer, right? How do business leaders manage those dilemmas? You go to the tax office, they're slowing you down. You know they want something, and you can spend 3 months waiting, or you can give them something small and it moves quickly. They will face this in life. How do you build that resilience to say it's the way of integrity and no other way? It's your question.
I think one of the main reasons why we're not doing very well as a nation is this lack of integrity, lack of principles. Because corruption is very, very bad indeed. Corruption doesn't help countries, it destroys them. In fact, corruption is worse than prostitution. You heard me right. Corruption is worse than prostitution. Because whereas prostitution has got the potential to destroy the morals of one person, the prostitute, corruption destroys the morals of a whole nation. Corruption destroys the morals of a whole nation. And if we are going to cut corners, we are going to pay bribe to get contract to build roads we have never built before. We don't even have the competence. Where will development come from? And it gets to a stage where it becomes so endemic that it's become normal. Something that destroys nations have become normal. What can we expect the future to be? Everybody says, I don't deserve this, but I'm going to pay some money and I'll get it. I don't deserve to build this road, but I pay money, I'll get a contract. And I build the road, and because I'm not a good contractor, within 6 months, it rains, the road is gone. So, we have a serious problem. And I think the only way we can see, things turning around is if we get a critical mass of people who say, going forward, we will stand for what is right. We will do what is right. I will not take this, I will not do this, and so on and so forth. When we start like that, over a period of time, we can see progress. But until then, if we're building a nation, and in any case, any nation, on corruption, on dishonesty, I can assure you that we cannot cheat God. God's principles, we cannot actually go against God's principles of truth, integrity, and honesty, and still believe that the results will come true. They will not come true. We read in Luke's gospel, and we read in Matthew's gospel, that if you plant a good tree, you harvest good fruit. If you plant a bad tree, you harvest bad fruit. And if we continue to plant bad trees and think that we will get good fruit, we are only deceiving ourselves. We cannot take God for granted. Thank you.
Wonderful. Put your hands together for the panel. This is EU40, brought to you here by the Gold Coast University, and we're having a discussion on the 3 critical pillars needed to buy the future for the next generation under 40. We've dealt with the subject of innovation. We've dealt with the issue of influence. Now we're talking integrity. There are 4 big things for me on integrity, and I do them as comparisons. So, attitude over talent, integrity over skill, character over strategy. And we've also learned that prostitution is not as bad as corruption. Those are the 4 things I've learned. Wonderful. I'm going to open the floor to ask questions, but just to remind you again, this program is part of the conversations being held by the University of the Gold Coast, which is trying to shape the future for the next generation of leaders under 40. We've already have presentations by 4 key speakers. We've also had a presentation by Bishop Titi Ofe, and our panel includes Professor P.K. Richardson, Richard Ahinkra, and Chairman Essien. I'd like to open the floor for questions or comments. And I think what makes this program rich is for us to know who you are before you ask your question. Whether you run a company, you teach, or you're just a student who's interested in these subjects, it's important for us to know. The other reason we want to know who you are is that it's a networking session as well, so that you can align interests and subjects after this program. So we have 2 standing mics. I will take 3. So the first person, so I'll take 1 per row. So the first hand that went up, stand up. Yes, you. Come. And then this gentleman in red here, I want a woman for the 3rd question. If you're a woman, yes, madam, in the left row, come. For the first 3 questions. Your name, straight to your question or comment. Make sure the mics are on. All right, we'll sort that out. You go ahead if you have your mic working.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, Bernard and the panelists, Professor, Mr. Ahinkra, and Chairman, and Bishop. Thank you so much for bringing us together. I'm Dr. Ohini Asante. I'm a government policy analyst, and my little position is serving as a chief of staff to a member of parliament over the past 8 months since this government. Among many of the conversations that we've spoken about, I want to choose to talk about one thing: influence. And that's especially because Bernard has really gone detailed about influence when you gave your last lecture at Academic City University. You mentioned something. You said leadership is about defining the moment. And you mentioned a lot of things which I went to follow up. Leadership sometimes looks at the 7 mountains of influence. And based on where I find myself working as a political class in the country, the 7 mountains of influence you said, government and politics is the most powerful among, then media. So I connect with you being in the media. I want to find out from the panelists, and if Bishop, your Lord Chancellor, you can add to that. Last year, Ghana, under the leadership of the previous administration, did what we call the National Long-Term Development Policy, the Ghana Vision 2057. By the time Ghana will be 100 years, 1957, 2057. And unfortunately, the man that led that policy passed on last year. There is a new administration. We've had the opportunity of engaging the current cabinet. One minister we met, there is a project that needs to go as far as 2035. Unfortunately, his answer was that
the current government will not be in power after 2028. So we are now forced to bring the project to end at 2027. Looking at where I find myself now, making decisions on behalf of Ghanaians and serving as a very close person to a member of parliament, I want to seek your understanding. How am I able to influence my member of parliament in all his electoral interest and winning his seat for the next administration, also making sure that I'm leading from behind as a chief of staff to him? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next one.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Onisimos Ajekum. I am the MD for Kelvin Tech Solutions, and I run an NGO in technology. I was a bit curious when you mentioned the issue between leadership. My question is, as young people, as young leaders, there are established leaders in the positions we want to fill already. But then we are not looking at just taking you off and then filling in. So how do we do this intergenerational combination? How do we learn from you? And how do you, as leaders, you are above 40, I guess, but then we are not up to 40. So how do you admit that there are things you don't know we need to teach you? And how do we also humbly admit that there are things we also don't know we need to learn from you?
Wonderful. Thank you, Kelvin. Madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mina Ekuyadonko. I'm a commissioner of oaths and a consultant. What I want to find out, I came out from NIE as a commissioner. I was laid off, I was in the house. We were almost over 70,000 people. We were all in the house, waiting for us to be employed. But then I remembered our chief executive, Dr. Tifua, who said, as a commissioner, you can be on your own or work on your own. Gradually, I move into the consulting. I can apply for people, do this, do that, do this. On your point of integrity, I have come to find out that our system of working is making it difficult for someone to hold that integrity that you spoke of. Like, I want to apply a passport for somebody before the person cannot fee you. Within 7 days, you are supposed to get your passport. But how is the passport going to be delivered to you? Somebody will say, pay me this amount, and then you wouldn't have to wait for that 7 days. The most painful part is birth certificate. That you have to spend just 70 cedi or 100 cedis to do it. If I show you my phone, as I stand here right now, somebody is applying for birth cert as high as 1,000 Ghana, 800 cedis, because they said there's shortage of paper, yet when you pay, it will be done for you. So the system is so corrupt in such a way that how do you even hold this integrity that is
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take 2 more downstairs, then the panel will answer. Then the next round, I'll go upstairs. So, yes, sir.
Hello. My name is Kamaldeen Ibn Chambers. I am a servant. But before I proceed, ladies and gentlemen, can we show some love to Bishop and his team for this wonderful thing? Right, thank you. My question, His Excellency, the former President of the United States of America, Barack Hussein Obama, once said, and I quote, change will not come if we wait for some other person of some other time. We are the ones that you have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. My question is this morning is very simple. It's about innovation. When you look at our educational system, it actually focuses on the theoretical aspect. For example, when you go to KNUST, you go to the science department, students graduate and they cannot produce common intuntum spray. Okay? You look at something like National Science and Math Quiz. What has been the track records? People go and they can quote all the science quotations, but they cannot produce common insecticide spray. That means that our education system is not producing people that can solve problems. Prof indicated that because we are not thinking, that's why we are not able to solve our problems. In this situation, how can we inculcate innovation and these practical ideas in our educational system? And now, with integrity, the last one. Integrity. We look at the political system we have. If I rise to become a member of parliament, I go to parliament with my group, and I'm not involved in corruption, how do you think I can survive in this system?
Thank you.
I would love to get advice from that. Once again, my name is Kamaldeen Abdallah bin Chama.
Thank you,
so
Kamaldeen.
much.
The last one for this round. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Ofori, and thank you very much, Bishop, and also all the panelists. So my question is, how can our personality empower or break our leadership? And I'm asking this because...
Sorry, repeat that.
How can our personality empower or break our leadership? And the reason why I'm asking this is because usually when we are talking about leadership, most of the times they're sanguine or they're choleric, so for them they're able to function. What about those who are phlegmatic or melancholy? And also I want to find out, the second question is that sometimes when we talk about leadership, we presume somebody who knows it all, has it all figured out, visionary, but is every leader the one creating the vision? How can a person, an ordinary person, even leverage on the potentials of others so that he can effectively lead? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud the questioners. So we have 5 questioners, 7 questions. It's a lot. Isaac wants to know whether personality influences your leadership and whether our assumption that leader knows all is valid. Kamaldeen says, how can our educational system make people more innovative and also produce people who are more men of integrity? Then the lady, Commissioner of Vote, says the system is built for you to be corrupt. How do you deal with that? The second questioner wants to know about intergenerational learnings. What can we learn from them? What can they learn from us? And then the first question wants to know how to influence his leaders up west. His MP. He wants to learn how to. So I don't know how you're going to allocate this. Start with you. What do you want to answer?
Probably the last one.
The last question.
Well, when I do leadership trainings, I tell them leadership is a stage. Leadership is a stage, whether you like it or not. You need to learn how to act it out. You need to learn how to act it out. So if you're a leader, let's say in a hospital, probably your leadership style and skills must be different than you being in broadcasting or being in telecoms, right? If you're a leader in operations, it's different from leader being in charge of revenue and targets. If you're a leader of a sales department, your conversation and how passionate you are to address the conversation is different. So you need to learn the environment you are in, the people you are leading, and how you lead them. So leadership, for me, is a stage that you need to learn how to get in there. So that's why I side with the people who says that leadership is taught, or they teach leadership. You need to learn how to be in that space. If you have a team of 5, you can't have one leadership skills towards all of them. Some people, if you give them assignments, you can leave them and go and sleep because they'll do it well. Some people, you need to make sure you check 24 hours before time. Some people, you need to do it practically. Last night, Bishop was here to supervise. He didn't sleep because these guys are new and he needs to be there to make sure that they are delivering. So leadership is a stage. You can't say that this is my personality. I am a quite soft-spoken person. So when you go to the revenue meeting, you're going to say, and your numbers are not happening. What are we doing? No. So sometimes leaders will plan. Going to the office on Monday, I know where to stand to deliver the speech. I know where to fold my sleeves. I know when to bang the table. You do all these things because you are leading. And you need to. Last Friday, I put in a calendar, meeting in person. Everybody come to my office. They came back and said, pick your khaki. And we drove to a restaurant to go and eat. Everybody was shaking, thinking that, something has happened. Immediately we got to the restaurant, boss, by you too. It's a skill. It's a stage. I know Monday the numbers will not look good, so I need to pump out there before Monday morning. And that's what I did. So Monday morning, when the heat came, they collected the heat well. And then by Wednesday, numbers are changing. So you can't say that this is me. If you are a very soft, cold guy and you meet somebody who is very tough, you struggle. So make sure that you are acting the leadership out. Understand the terrain and act them out.
All right, Richard.
Okay.
So I'll take the system bit, and then I think I'll give the last guy a little bit of hope. I think he was saying, or coming from a background, based on my intuition, I could tell that maybe he want to be more or less encouraged to say that I have a certain type of personality. Am I cut out for leadership? Right? What I want you to know is that leaders are disproportionately distributed across every personality. The word is disproportionately. Right? At a point in time, the world will need more extrovert at a point in time. At a point in time, the world will need people who are more agreeable. At a point in time, the world will need people who are open to experience. But leaders are disproportionately distributed across every personality. So don't think because your personality belongs to a certain kind of group, you are not cut out for it. Let me just give you that hope. Now the system. There's one thing that I've seen, Bernard. I think the very last time I met you was at La Palme. I remember that was like 7 years ago after I launched my book. And I was in my book, most of the areas, your journey to the top, covered more of integrity and how to deal with toxic systems or systems that are not acceptable to progress society. System. You know, the same way a system can be corrupted, the same way you can also institutionalize integrity. You can institutionalize integrity. It is based on, for example, identifying the areas that you want to correct. Let's start with identification. Then number 2, do we have the right leadership? Because everything rises and falls on leadership. You can't change that. So before someone can even have that audacity or courage to go and bribe someone because the system allows it, all things being equal, the leader allows it. That is what it means. So you need strong leaders based on merit to change some of these things in the system. And in Ghana, what I always say is that you cannot change everything at a go. You can pick maybe one government agency, build it, shape it, replicate that system, use it to another agency, and by doing that, you correct this. You cannot start and end everything in one go. And so that is some of the ways that you can change the system. And then what he was talking about, integrity within the public space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me give the last word to Prof on this round.
Right. Okay, I will deal with the issue of becoming a good leader. Somebody raised the issue that, how do we also become good leaders? There's this debate that has gone on for many years about, are leaders born or made? A large majority of the research, substantial, maybe 90%, indicates that leaders are actually made. In other words, we can all learn to improve our leadership skills. Some will be better than others, but every single one of us can learn to be a leader. It is not some people who have the exclusive preserve, they were born to be good leaders, and we didn't have that kind of birth, so we cannot be. We can all learn to be good leaders. As long as you are decided that I want to be able to be a good leader to my community, to my church, to my country, to my school, to even my family. I want to be a good leader, exemplary leader. You can learn. And there are many ways of learning. Through books, through courses like this, through videos, through sessions on radio and TV. If you are determined to be a good leader, at least improve your leadership skills. It's very easy to do that. If you want any advice on that, I can help. We also need to understand that leadership occurs in context. Leadership occurs in context. You need to think about the environment you're operating in. For example, when I teach in the United Kingdom, and the course goes well and everybody wants to say, thank you, PK, the men will come to me, the guys will shake my hand and so on. The ladies, I hug them. I actually hug them. What is a PK? This wonderful session, and they come, I hug them. When I teach in Dubai, I don't hug women because you can't do it there. So the strategy I use to motivate people in Dubai, my students and my subordinates, I can't use that same strategy in Dubai because being an Islamic country, you cannot hug people's wives and their girlfriends. leadership. So you need to look at the environment and say, in this particular environment I am operating, what are the styles I need to use in order to be effective?
Wonderful.
And that is important.
Intergenerational.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So there was one about intergenerational learning. I think one of the things that we just have to know is that learning is a process. It doesn't end. Everyone wants to learn. And I always say that the very day you stop learning is the very day you start dying. So the young wants to learn, the old also wants to learn. Now, how does this happen? The relationship should be based on specificities. This is what I want to learn. This is what I want to know. If it's mentoring, it must be clear from day one that we know that you coming in for mentoring. But there's one thing that is very beautiful now, and I think it comes back to what I keep on saying. Because I'm a corporate trainer too, anyway. I'm a corporate trainer. So for New Africa Leadership Institute, that's my corporate training company name. Now, the point is that we have come to realize that the new generation, not to hurt anyone, let me tell you one thing that we found out. So a young man, 19 years old, started working in the UK. And then he said, I want to resign. He said, why? Because my bosses don't listen to me. I have an idea, they don't listen to me. And then the bosses also go like, but what do you have to give? You have 19 years. What experience do you have to give? This is the kind of generation I'm talking about that some time back, Kaplan was talking. He said that the Gen Zs that are in now, even if they don't have anything to say, and they have just one thing to say, we have to learn to listen. The problem with the listening is that it's in 3 stages. You listen very well, you listen to the end. Most of the time, we listen to them, we don't listen to the end. And that is where the problem is. So, ours, we're going to learn how to listen to the end. Yours is also learn to listen from us so
wow.
you can shape your
Thank you very much. You want to add?
Quickly, Richard nailed it, but let me theme it called the reverse mentorship. Reverse mentorship. It's called reverse mentorship, where I'll find somebody who is younger. I'm new to the industry I am, so I have personally handpicked somebody to teach me the industry, and the person is very young. I understand clearly. I said that let's get to the office by 6:30. Take me through these numbers. Let me understand and for my own growth, right? But that mentorship, where we lose out for the new guys is they don't understand, one, the place where they need to do that mentorship, the process they need to go through for the purpose and the present moment, right? So I will rebel if I have a very young person trying to mentor me, it's not solicited, but mentor me in the place where I feel my ego will be bruised or my leadership will come under disrepute. So it is very clear, you understand. I did a mentorship program for Amwabing.
Yep.
And I was telling them how the team must also mentor the mentors who are mentoring them. Do you understand? So it's reverse.
Yeah.
We clearly need to come, but we need to learn these 4 P's, I should call it. The place, the process, the purpose of that mentorship, and then the present moment.
Wow.
It is not when there are people and then a young person feels that he knows social media more than me. So you say you didn't do it right. The right place, I think leadership will listen.
Yeah.
But we need to also learn how
Wonderful.
to make sure we take them for
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to go upstairs now and take the next round.
Please, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Demitero. I am in the media space, and I have a company. I have some staff, so it's a small business. I want to ask a question that is very peculiar to business people. You're supposed to train or influence people, and you dedicate your time and effort, and over time, some of the people will come and try to maybe create or replicate your influence, thinking they can do it, but at some point it's not possible. So you get friends who tell you that they don't like training people. They don't want to give opportunity to young people. They just want to be one man. And you see that a lot in our space. What do you think is the best way? Because I still feel we need to give young people the opportunity, because if we decide to train 3 or 4 people, we'll have a lot of people who have jobs and do a lot of things. And the work is a lot for one person. That's my advice to the gurus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
I'm Alice I'm a procurement specialist and a consultant. I mentor. I want to ask and also contribute. My first, I'm coming from the perspective of integrity. I was very happy when the lady spoke from the registrar aspect. I deal with this nation in a very critical condition. I was very happy we are sparking this debate because I have been stabbed severally for standing for the truth. I will be very truthful and frank with the young people in this room that when you want to stand by ethics and integrity in this nation, Ghana, be straight and be right, you will be branded. And nobody will want to work with you. Why do I say so? But I want us to push this to a higher level because our nation is going into the ditch. And the young ones coming after us, we are facing, and I was very happy when Prof said it, we are facing a very dangerous, precarious situation ahead. Why? I'll tell you. Corruption is so endemic. We say it with a lot of respect. Today, I want to say it like Bernard. I listen to Bernard every day. I go to work and at times I come in and I'm crying. My children, none of them wants to be in my space because they say, Mommy, if we would do this job and we'll come back crying by your bedside every day, we don't want to be there. And I was happy the young man asked in the perspective of being from Parliament House. Everybody, whether blue color, whether green color, whether white color, you see them in the perspective of colors in political circles, but they are all the same. And believe you me, I will be very frank. I've handled so many projects in this country, and if corruption was not endemic, today, most of those projects, we wouldn't be talking about Ghanaian youth not having jobs. But because you have a specification to procure this, specification is done, contract is awarded, somebody at the top cut corners, takes bribe, and when they come, you say you wouldn't take bribe. You are branded. I was made on a World Bank project because specification was done, logistics were supplied, and almost half spec was cut and brought a different brand. I rejected it. I was made to work almost a deputy director in this country for about 8 months. And somebody at the top will come to my office and say, oh, Madam Procurement Director, you are here. I am the spending officer. Cross his leg and tell you that what's off? Yes, you are preparing contracts and things. But if I don't approve for that payment to go through because I'm the spending officer.
Okay.
Projects have been stalled ethically. Let me tell you, from February, I was sent to a ministry because they asked and they said, you are so straight up. No chief director wants to work with you.
All right.
It was just 2 weeks I've been pushed somewhere. Believe you me, if we will stand for the truth for this country, Ghana will make a way. But to be frank, the corruption from the top to the down is so endemic that when you are standing, that you are branded and then you are never accepted. So you feel lonely, you feel rejected, and if you are not strong, you will join the wagon. So please, let's all fight this together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a lot of heat right there. My name is Ezekiel, a student and a paralegal. So as Prof was talking, he mentioned, in my own words, the ultimate goal of leadership is to influence. And Mr. Ahinkra too mentioned that as a leader, you must have a compelling vision, and one that your leaders may want to follow and not have to follow. I believe that they may want to follow if they catch the light or they get the illumination of your vision. So now my question is, what if your followers or your team do not really get your vision or your light? How long do you have to insist, or how long do you have to influence them in a positive way where they will catch your light to want to follow your vision? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more from the top. 2 more.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerard Nweje, and first I would like to thank the panelists and also Bishop. Personally, Bishop really helped me. They gave me a scholarship to study my O-level in Temple Christian International School. Thank you. So currently, I'm the Association of Computing Students president in my school, and I have a difficult situation I'm tackling, and I would like the panelists to really help me out on this. So I'm supposed to do my internship, and personally, I want to pursue cybersecurity. And the job of presidency, I'm also supposed to go to programs, secure sponsorships, collaborate with other people to make sure that the academic calendar is well set. But most companies, most employers don't understand that. Though, yes, I am ready to do an internship, they feel that, oh, maybe this person, why can you say that you want a hybrid level of working environment? And I want to know how best I can be able to tackle this. How can I get a company relating to cybersecurity who understands that my need here, I really want to work with them, but also because of my presidency role, it's going to be quite challenging.
All right, thank you. And the last one.
Good afternoon, sirs. Please, my name is Trinity Emmanuel Kweji Agri, and I'm a Reverend Minister, a teacher, and an entrepreneur. Please, my question is on integrity and innovation. What is one innovation you supported that didn't work out as expected? And how did that failure shape your approach to future risk? Then number 2, how do you maintain transparency with those you lead without undermining confidence during times of difficulty? Thank you, sirs.
Are you an examiner or something? Why are you asking us these questions? All right. Look, we don't have a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give one last question to the gentleman down here. Then you will lace your answers with your closing comments. And then we'll bring up Bishop to finish. So we'll take your comment.
Good afternoon. Thank you for organizing this event. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bright. I'm a salesman, so I run sales for a few companies in town. My issue is very simple. It's about integrity. Finding workers in this part of town is a big challenge for me as a salesman. What I'm saying is that I run a multi-million CD business where we deal with a lot of customers who buy your products based on different factors. And you have workers who have to go and collect money. You also want to be a man of integrity, but finding workers who are coming from these churches to go collect your money, make the right account, is always a challenge. How do we navigate this through the schools and using the church platforms? Secondly, I want to find out if it's an act of integrity to actually remain in this country, continue to work here, or finding a place elsewhere to work. Thank you very much.
Wow. So it's very clear that the integrity question is very deep from all the issues being raised. And I think it's clear that it's the most important aspect of leadership. So I don't know how you're going to deal with this, but they've asked many questions. Some are statements, some are comments. So Richard, what are your key takeaways and what can you say about some of the questions you've heard, if there's any that caught your attention?
I think I'll touch on the first question up there. Then I'll just round it up with the integrity, and then maybe Prof and Chairman can speak on the others. With the first gentleman talking about training, sometimes it's a bit disheartening. As a business owner, you train people, the next day they resign, they are gone. And sometimes they even come out with the same product, compete you, and even out-compete you. So I know what you're going through. But you can't stop training. Right? I'll tell you what Zig Ziglar said. Zig Ziglar said, it's better to train someone who will resign tomorrow than not training the person who will stay forever. Because if the person decides not to resign and stay forever and you have not trained him, you are doomed. So it's better to train him even if you resign tomorrow. So that aspect, it is a responsibility.
as a business owner, you have to train, because obviously you're also training the person to curtail certain risk that could happen the next day. What if you don't train? Anything can happen. So it's a very hard one. It's actually a dilemma for every HR person on training. But that is why it also comes back to the fact that what kind of training are you given, and what is the value involved in terms of money. And then you have other measures like bonding and other things regarding, but you have to train.
Wonderful.
Okay. Now on the integrity, Bernard, I think it's so obvious and clear that this is where the country has come to. It's about time. For me, I keep on saying that we can institutionalize integrity. From my experience, I have done it, and for what I've been exposed to, I'm teaching it. How do we institutionalize it? Integrity can be learned, it can be taught, and it's also inherent. When it's inherent, it's super. But when it's not, you can. The reason why we can say that it can be taught is that in the workplace, when you are able to train people not to do certain things in the workplace, and maybe they go out and they do it, it means that there was a system that was institutionalized that had been able to bring out the best in that person. Can we extend this to areas that we want results? And that is why I kept saying that we can only pilot it. We find one agency, work with it. Some time back, I may be wrong, I heard there was a new CEO in DVLA at some point. I was not in the country though, but I heard that there were certain things you couldn't do, those middling and other things. But for some few years or so, it was moved. That I can tell. But it also tells you that those gaps in the public sector become enterprises for other people. So can we make sure that those who are within that space are also kind of co-opted and being given certain training, and then created certain kind of avenues that they can get to work and become more meaningful to the process than leaving them to more or less create a kind of canker in that area. So for me, that is what I can say about integrity. But it is cancerous, and I think we need to find a way to wipe it off.
Thank you very much. Stephen, Chairman.
Yes, I'll tackle the cybersecurity one and then probably end with my closing. You've gone several times, they don't see the need for cybersecurity. We have what we call tax to hire or evidence-based employment, right? And I'll give you a typical scenario. Last year in August, there was this 19-year-old guy who was able to crack one of the biggest companies in Ghana's system. And he said, I wanted to be your security guy. He came first, they sacked him. Said, 19-year-old guy, you are in first year, what can you do? So he came back with evidence and said, if you employ me, this revenue loss, I'll seal it. The guy brought a 1.2 billion revenue loss in 5 years, he estimated. So when I was called into the room, I just whispered to the guy, Charlie, yeah, I told the I said, because this one you can't do anything. And truly, they hire the guy. So he's in school, but he has full-time employment. He comes to the office twice a week. So if you're a cybersecurity guy and people don't understand, because the HR manager don't understand anything about cybersecurity. Even the guy in charge of cybersecurity in the company knows nothing about cybersecurity. So you need to, it's not just your CV. Sometimes you need to write like a proposal. Sometimes you need to write what you think you can do and say, give me 3 months contract. Give me 6 months contract. And after that, they can give you employment. So it's either tax to hire or evidence-based employment. So people know that you are bringing value to the organization. It's not just a CV that I'll come and do this, I'll come and do that, I'll come and do this, I'll come and do that. Show us what you've done before, what you can do when you get into the environment. And the last one on integrity as well. You see, we talk about it, every organization, it's part of the values we put on the walls. But if it's not a behavioral that will live, as a leader, the values you see on the walls, you must have mechanics to judge them. To judge them or how people live it every blessed day. So, as leaders, our job is to make sure that we lead. And what we are doing now is, should I say, we are not changing the present, we are changing the future. So the things we are saying is not you going back and say, I've learned integrity from EU40, so tomorrow morning everybody must be cautious and be live with integrity in the company. It is your small role. The 5 cedi you are taking, stop taking it. The 10 cedi you are taking, stop taking it. And that's how we change. I was interviewed recently. No, it's like a panel discussion. And I told somebody, look, you can call me every name that you want, but I can be on national TV and say that my line of work, I have never taken money from anybody or do any connection with anyone. This is live on TV or live on air. In my line of duty, you can't say that Stephen Jiwena Mamiwe or take this and give me employment. It will never happen. I hope you understand. So if you're able to stand firm on that one, the little corner, I'm not adding 2 cedi to the marketing budget. I'm not adding 5 cedi to the marketing budget. Just do what you're supposed to do and live. I think everybody will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll give the last word to Prof.
Right, just to summarize maybe, economic development or national progress or even a company doing well depends on 2 factors: good leadership and good followers. If it's in a company, in the university, in the nation, we have good leaders, good followers working together, then we get progress. A lot of the time, people who are in positions of authority are not good leaders. And please take this with me. The fact that somebody is in a position of authority doesn't mean that person is a leader. There's a big difference between being a leader and being in the position of authority. Because we know that there are many, many bad people in positions of authority. Okay. We are people in high positions, presidents, ministers, and so forth and so on, who are not good at all, but they happen to be in position. So don't confuse leadership with people in positions of authority. But if we can get people in positions of authority who are also leaders, and then we get the followers, the workers who are also good, then a nation or company will prosper. And the fact of the matter is that the work ethic in Ghana is very, very bad. You appoint people, you employ them, and they think they are doing you a favor. You give them work to do, you know, they must come to work at 8 o'clock, they come at 10. And when you complain, they rather get angry. So the work ethic is very, very bad, and a lot of the time the leadership is also very bad. So what do? We need to train people. We need to get people to actually believe in doing the right things. If I'm a leader, I'm going to lead right. If I'm a worker, I'm going to work right. And that combination is what will lead this country to actually progress. Otherwise, we have no hope in this country. A friend of mine and I have started something. We call it the Lead Yourself Conference. What we do is that we get one secondary school to give us a venue, and we invite all the secondary schools around to bring their students. And we spend from 9 o'clock to 3 p.m. talking to them about morals, about integrity, about, you know, the fact that you can make a good, decent life without stealing. Because what these young people in secondary school are seeing are the big people also looting. And they say, me too, when I get there, I'm also going to lead. But if we can catch them young and instill discipline, instill self-leadership, instill the fact that they can make a decent life without stealing but through hard work, we believe that by the time they get to adulthood, they can make a difference if we can get a critical mass of these people. So we're doing it. About a month ago, we did it in Cape Coast at the Sada College, and all the secondary schools brought their students, even from Fansma, 18 miles away. We had more than 1,000 students, and we spent time, you know, putting into them the idea that life is not about looting, life is not about dishonesty, it's not about corruption, life is about hard work, decent life, and so forth and so on. And we plan to take this around the country so that we catch them young, and by the time they get to 2025, they will have something in them which is different from what the current adults are doing.
Put your hands together for the panel. This is the Executives Under 40 Conclave, and all too soon we've come to the end of the panel. Our concluding comments: Africa's future will be owned by young leaders under 40 who are prepared to act boldly, to influence wisely, but also to lead ethically. It's not going to be easy to get there, but we can get there if we can start with ourselves, and work together. Very often, the sons of darkness work together and the sons of light work in isolation. But by courtesy of the University of Gold Coast, we have a platform to build a network which becomes an accountability structure. We compare notes and encourage each other and check on each other so that under the auspices of this great breath of fresh air, a university built on innovation, ethics, and influence, we can all own the future that we so much cherish. My name is Bernard Lovely. Thank you very much for being part of the panel. I'd like to invite Bishop Titi Ofe to bring us some closing remarks as we segue out of this segment. Please put your hands together for the bishop and the convener.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, what a conference it has been so far. Amen. Please take your seat. I'll do a few announcements and I'll invite Bishop Attenwood to give us the closing remarks and the closing prayer. Bishop Attenwood runs a mega leadership organization in the UK, and he happens to be here just around this time. Thank you all very much for making yourself available for this conference. Now, I want to announce two very important programs for you. So, Nancy, can you show me now? In the new year, in 2025, I want to invite you to join us to design the future with the New Year Business School. The New Year Business School, Designing the Future. It is from the 2nd to the 6th of February, and this is right here. Let me show you the faculty for the New Year Business School. I want to show you the faculty. Professor Cedric Bell, Professor Stephen Adai, Professor P.K. Richardson, Dr. Ellen Hagan, Baroness Ellen Foster, Lord Traceman, Professor Jackie McCoy. These are all my friends, top guys around the world, will be the faculty for the New Year Business School. It's going to cost 25,000 cedis to attend. But if you're an executive under 40, you may get some discount to be able to attend. Now, let me quickly show you the content of the program, the New Year Business School. This will change the way you do business. So, the content of the program, let's go. Yes, please go. So we have strategic vision casting and foresight, from guessing the future to designing it. And you can see there, very soon we'll send you all the necessary information. And then module 2, business model innovation for the African and global context, turning African ingenuity on the global scale, etc., etc. So it's there. The next one, which will happen this November, is the Chartered Manager Program. The Chartered Manager Program is in collaboration with the Chartered Management Institute in the UK. And this is a 12-day program, here, the Chartered Manager Program, also around the same amount of money. It's a 12-day program. When you finish this program, you are becoming a chartered manager. You are earning the level 7 in professional management and leadership from the Chartered Management Institute in the UK. So it's a program that I want to invite you. It's taking place in November. So end the year very well with a chartered manager status, and then start the new year with a New Year Business School in February. It will change your life, it will empower you. The law of cognition states that if you fail to buy knowledge today, you will pay for the price of ignorance tomorrow. You want to be an inventor, you begin by getting the right sort of information. And I want to invite you to be part of these two major programs in the coming year. The gentleman who asked the question, how does your personality affect your leadership style? You know, there are leadership styles and leadership types. The leadership type is influenced by organizational structure, whereas the leadership style is influenced by your personality. But what is important in leadership is this. Because we have defined leadership to mean like a kind of a celebrity status, you know, like a kind of a celebrity status. When we are talking about leadership and then we are looking at celebrities, so it becomes very difficult for people to understand that you can lead efficiently and effectively without, in quotes, that kind of celebrity status. So for instance, when you come to Accra Business School, there's a young lady there who is right now, as we speak, she's behind what you see right now, who doesn't have the courage to stand before people to talk, but leads a team of program managers and program coordinators effectively and efficiently. By her personality, she can't be out here speaking. But by the same time, by her personality, she can lead a group to achieve results. So there is the big L leaders who may lead organizations and the small L leaders who may lead departments. Whatever it is, make sure you enjoy it. Make sure you really do. And I can tell you, people like us, whom you see out there on the stage, we actually depend on the leaders who don't like the stage to get things done. And those people, we make sure that they are adequately rewarded and we don't want them to leave us. And sometimes I wish I am not the one on the stage, but the one in that department making all those things happen and getting rewarded for it. So I hope I have just contributed a little. But thank you all very much for coming. Bishop Hattie-Wood will give the closing prayer and a closing remark before we share the benediction. God bless you. And don't forget, I'm inviting you to church tomorrow, the Pleasant Place Church. Bishop Hattie-Wood will be speaking there. The Pleasant Place Church. Where else will you be than a pleasant place? Tomorrow, 9 a.m., just behind this, the road there is called the Christ Square. Tomorrow morning. God bless you. Bishop, closing prayer, benediction, and closing remark.
Okay. Shall we give Bishop a big hand? Yeah. So on the last point that Bishop just made, it's important to understand that those who are at the forefront and those who are behind the scenes, they will get the same rewards according to Scripture. Those who took care of the facilities when David went to rescue the family, and those who went to the battlefield, they were told you will get the same reward. So whether you're in the background or you're in the forefront, whichever ministry, organization, or business you are involved in, give your best. And the last comment I want to make is Charles. From everything, I've made notes, and I'm going to really digest this. Charles Tremendous Jones said, the illiterates of the 21st century are not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. In the past, they call you an illiterate when you can read and when you can write. But in this century, they call you an illiterate if you can learn, unlearn, and relearn. So this conclave has helped us to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Let's put our hands together for the convener. I think you can rise up on your feet. Let's appreciate Bishop for putting up this conclave. Put your hands together one more time. All the panel, all the organizers on the forefront and behind the scenes. God richly bless you. Let's stretch our hands towards Bishop. Let's thank God for his life. I just want us to bless him with prayer. Lift your voice. Let's pray for Bishop. Let's pray for Bishop. Lift your voice, everybody. Let's pray for Bishop. Father, we thank you for Bishop's life. Thank you for being the convener. Thank you for being the visionary. Thank you for everyone that came to this conclave. We ask that everything that we have learned, it will become a reality in our lives, and we shall change our nation, change Africa, and change the world for good. Thank you for that grace and wisdom in Jesus' name. And everybody shouted a big amen. God bless you.
Unfruitful, unsafe, and the thorn bush said, yes, come take shelter in my shade. But thorn bushes give no shade. They only offer scratches, fires, and fear. When the fruitful trees of society, those with calling, character, and competence, refuse to lead, the thorn bushes will rise. We see across Africa politicians without policy because the thorn bushes are leading. Leaders without vision because the thorn bushes are leading. Voices without virtue because the thorn bushes are leading. Perverts in our pulpits because the thorn bushes are leading. Africa has suffered because her olive trees stayed silent. Her fig trees stayed hidden. Her vines stayed neutral. This university exists to break that silence. We are here to equip a generation of fig trees who will not flee, olive trees who will not opt out, vines who will not vanish. We are here so that never again will thorn bushes take the throne because the righteous refused to rise. I am not the lion of the jungle. I am not the eagle in the sky. But I can assure you, I am God's donkey. And that is my personal logo. And you can see that in the logos of the University of Gold Coast, you see donkeys. On the scepter, you see a donkey. Strong, steady, simple. Chosen to carry something greater than myself. Just as Christ rode on a donkey into Jerusalem, may he ride through this nation on the back of this university. And today, I wear this chancellor's robe, not with pride, but with prayer. To every young man and woman hearing me, you don't need a big name to leave a big mark. You don't need to be born into privilege to walk into purpose. If God raised me from the streets of Accra to the corridors of power and influence, he can raise you from any corner to any crown. And to Ghana and to Africa, our future will not be founded by donors. It will be built by discipline, Christ-centered and courageous leadership. And may this university be the womb of that rebirth. In closing, I was born in Ghana, but I was called to the nations. I have built churches. Now I build leaders. And for as long as I breathe, I will give my breath to raising others. Because leadership is not how high you rise, but how many you raise. God bless you.